Okay, we're all set.
Thanks, Mandy. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Confirmation of the agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby accepts the agenda for the February 1st, 2021 council meeting as presented. Do I have a mover? I have Rick moving, Paul seconding. I'm going to hand it over to you now, Carson. Sorry, folks.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that'll be a recorded vote. So, Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer. Councillor Palmer, I think you're muted there.
Oh, yes.
There we go. Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
and I'm still not seeing Deputy Reeve Sipe, and so Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Disclosure of pecuniary interests. And again, speak up, folks, if I don't see your hand go up because some of you aren't on the screen yet. Not seeing any. We're going to move to number 4, public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to an item on business in the agenda for 2 minutes per person. I'd just like to point out that this is not where we're going to do the consideration of the land out at the Scott farm. So, but anybody that wants to speak to it can now, and you will have opportunity with council's permission later. Having said that, I'm going to hand it over to, I believe Amanda is going to be watching the screen because I can't see who's all here. Amanda, is there anybody that would like to speak tonight?
So I guess just procedure-wise, Reeve Bailey. So at this time, there's a number of members of the public in the meeting. So at this time, if you had anything to speak to, you would be able to unmute your microphone and turn on your video.
And he's speaking to the members of the public when he says that. I am not seeing.
So Reeve Bailey, looks like Suzanne Robinson has turned on their video. So I guess if you have anything to speak to as it relates to the council agenda items, now would be the time.
Well, we're right. My only concern is where they want to put a catch basin back on the property line on our property. And there's a catch basin in the bush now that's working just perfectly as far as I'm concerned. Why would we put another one out in the field? So, because they're talking of abandoning that one, and the one that's in the bush, all the water that comes down through the bush goes into that catch basin, and all the leaves and sticks and stuff stay in the bush. If you do away with that catch basin and run all that water out in the field, I'm going to have to pick that stuff up out in the field instead of leaving it in the bush. So I would just as soon leave it alone and don't do that at all. So that's all I have.
Thank you very kindly. Now, you're obviously not Susan, so if you don't mind, the clerk would like to know just who
I'm Bill, so.
Bill, okay, Bill Robinson, okay. Thank you. And Carson, but this is not a conversation, Chris. This is just for them to speak. Okay, so we'll talk to it later. Okay. Yeah, we are going to have a full discussion later on this where you're going to speak. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Carson.
Well, if there's no other public comments, then we're good to move into the consent agenda, Your Worship.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Some of you guys are fading in and out, but we're going to continue. Number 5 is a consent agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby adopts consent items 5.1.1 to 5.1.2. And further, the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives consent items 5.1.3 to 5.3.6 for information. Do I have do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. Do I have a seconder? Anita's seconding. Would anybody like to pull anything out from there and talk to it?
Reeve?
Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Bailey. I guess 5.14, has the Economic Development Committee been discussing the Blythe trailer park? Has that been in discussion in the past? And it wasn't this time, but I was kind of hoping that it has been discussed. Can
I
anyone
missed,
answer?
yeah, I missed a bit of that. Dwayne, can you pick up on that? Sorry.
Sure, Your Worship. So in terms of the Blythe Campground, Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Is what you were inquiring
Yes.
about? I'm just trying to think back to that particular meeting. There wasn't a conversation specific that I recall with respect to the campground. There are certainly conversations taking place regarding that. And it's staff's intentions to bring forward a report seeking council direction in terms of how you wish to proceed with that. But the committee itself hasn't had a discussion per se about the campground.
Okay.
Okay,
And
go ahead, Christopher.
yeah, this is 5.1.5, Reeve, and I realize that you cannot say anything. This is regarding the in-camera session at the county meeting. I don't know where a word AG4 came in their disclosures, and I just want everyone to be aware of that. And I sure as heck hope that it's just not another way of county trying to camouflage a bylaw to deal with AG4, because I thought that one was put to bed a few months ago. I really did. So anyways, you say nothing. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Anyone else? Not seeing any. I'm going to get Carson to call the roll call.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Heffer? Councillor Heffer, you're muted right now.
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Deputy Reeve Sipe, are you in here yet? Not seeing Deputy Reeve Sipe. So Councillor Falconer
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-0.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 6.1, public meetings. This is going to end hearings and delegations. We have a delegation from Michelle Steen and Bill Noel. Protect our waterways, no nuclear waste, etc. Information about proposed nuclear waste repository. I'm going to let you folks take the stand now. Amanda's going to put your, I believe, your slideshow up. And there's a 10-minute limit on this, so just be aware that we kind of like to adhere to it. Thank you. Go ahead. Michelle or Bill, are you out there? Amanda, are they in the audience?
They're both in the meeting, Your Worship. Michelle's mic is unmuted, and actually, it looks like Bill. Oh, yeah, Bill's is also unmuted. So if either of them wants to speak to this delegation presentation now, feel free to turn on your video and make your presentation. So I do see Bill has his video on now. And Michelle says she can see herself and her mic is unmuted. So, Bill, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yep. So you're good to make your presentation now, and Mandy will click through the slides for you.
We don't seem to be able to hear Michelle.
No, we cannot hear Michelle, but we can hear you. So Michelle, if you have if your computer is plugged into a different monitor, sometimes that unplugging it from that monitor works. I'm not sure if that's an option.
That's what happened with, this is the first time we've used Cisco. And that did happen. I had to change monitors and laptops to get into the session. So maybe Michelle wants to know whether she can phone in.
Yep, so she has the ability to phone in. So the meeting invite contains the phone number, and then the dial-in password is that, I believe it's an 8-digit phone number that follows the password if you were to log into the computer.
Sorry about this.
That's all right. And if it's easier too, Michelle could call you and you could leave your microphone unmuted, and then we would hear the audio through yours, and it would come through the phone from Michelle. Whether that's an option too. Your worship, what we can do is we can move to agenda item 6.2, and then we'll come back to 6.1 after, if that works.
Once Bernie gets his on mute, we're ready to go. Okay, we're going to move to 6.2.1, and we're going to have speak this first, and then I believe Carson, the engineer, is going to speak to it. I'm not going to ask for a mover or seconder at this time.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. So, Mandy, if you just want to unshare your screen for a little, and then when we get to 6.2.2, we'll put up the engineer's presentation slides. So, with agenda item 6.2.1, what you'll see there is a draft motion before council. And basically, as touched on in the report, this is largely an administrative motion to basically satisfy the requirements of the Drainage Act. And basically, Section 39 of the Drainage Act specifies the time for filing a report. And basically, it says that the engineer is required to file the report with the municipality within a year's time. But the Drainage Act certainly recognizes that that is not always achievable. So in those circumstances, that time can be extended before or after the 1 year period has lapsed through a resolution of council. So there is a draft motion there, and through discussions with the drainage superintendent, who is on the line as well, basically it's my understanding that certainly the 1 year period, adhering to that is not the norm these days, especially with the complexity of some drainage projects, as well as the workloads of the engineering firms who are taking on those projects.
Has joined the meeting.
So on average now, it is around 3 years. So I just clarify, this is more of an administrative motion. It has nothing to do with the consideration meeting or any of the technical aspects of the report itself. And it's basically just to adhere to the processes of the Drainage Act. So I guess unless there's any questions, so the draft motion would be Whereas on May 22nd, 2018, the Council of the Township of North Huron appointed R.J. Burnside and Associates Limited to prepare a report under Section 78 of the Drainage Act, RSO 1990, for the Scott Municipal Drain. And whereas R.J. Burnside and Associates Limited filed the report for the Murray Scott Drain Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 with the Office of the Clerk on December 10th, 2020. And whereas Section 39 of the Drainage Act, RSO 1990, states that the engineer shall file a report within 1 year after the appointment of the engineer or within such further time as may be extended before or after the expiry of the 1 year period by resolution of the council of the municipality. Now, therefore, the council of the Township of North Huron hereby extends the time for the filing of the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 to February 1st, 2021. So that's the draft motion there. I don't know if you want to get a mover and a seconder, Your Worship, and then if there's any questions, I'd be certainly open to answering those.
On this one, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll have a conversation. Do I have a mover? I have Rick moving it. Rick McBurney moves it. Do I have a seconder?
Deputy Reeves seconds it.
Deputy Reeves seconds it. Thank you. Okay, let's open it up to the floor. Would anybody like to talk to 6.2.1? I'm going to go with Deputy Reeves first and then Chris Palmer second.
So I guess my question is that question, I guess, is to us as a more of an administrative process, and the fact that should this motion technically not have been done at May of 2019? Like I'm reading that they are required to file a report within 1 year of being appointed, and if they weren't, would they not request us to file a motion to extend that request? I'm concerned the fact that we waited almost 2 years. Well, it has been over 2.5. It's almost 2.5 years now. So my question is this something that just fell on our table, or is this something that our Burnside just never advised us to do, or something? Why is this coming a year and a half after the fact?
So through you, Your Worship, to answer that, certain municipalities do it differently. So for example, Morris Turnberry had a few of their Section 78 drains come forward, and they passed a motion similar to this on the meeting before their consideration meeting. Other municipalities, I'm sure, do it at the 1 year mark. The Drainage Act doesn't necessarily specify a best practice, but the drainage superintendent and myself have certainly discussed how we would like to do it going forward, and it would be whether at the 1 year mark and touch base with the engineers to see how the project's going. The only thing that's difficult about that is you really need to have a date where you're extending it to, which can be difficult for engineers to give, certainly as there's a number of factors at play in preparation of these reports.
Sorry, Reeve, I just want to follow up then as a rebuttal. His question is that if we weren't to file this motion and we were to review the report of the engineer's report, what is and this motion is not moved or even advised of council, is if we take any action as it relates to the report, does that mean the report's invalid? Or what does that mean to the report?
So when I say it's an administrative motion, that's quite frankly what I mean. So Section 39(3) of the Drainage Act basically says a bylaw passed by council of any local municipality for the construction of the drain under this act shall not be quashed by reason that the report was not filed within the time limited or extended to council. So basically, this is literally an administrative motion to carry on. I'm sure there's municipalities who don't even pass this motion as well, and it has no effect on ultimately council's decision whether to proceed with the project or not.
Thank you very much.
Chris Palmer was next. Yeah, Deputy Reeve, I had the same questions, but you know, I understand that we are to not, we aren't going to squash it, but I think Burnside should know that there's consequences to everything. And they had a little meeting about 4 or 5 months after they started this I guess it was in September. They had a little meeting of the landowners of 18, and that was the last time they heard of it. And I know I had Doug Walker tell me that he wondered if it was it stopped because he didn't know, and this was 2 and almost 3/4 years later. And to me, there's no excuse for that. There has to be communication. There has to be. And I'm glad, Carson, you mentioned that you and Kirk were thinking of the 1 year. They missed on 2 occasions to get an extension, and not good, not good. And I just want the public to know that. And because of that, there were some people pretty upset as to the consequences, and we can get into those consequences later.
You're muted, Reeve Bailey.
You guys enjoyed that, didn't you? So, not seeing any other hands up, I'm going to hand it over to Carson so he can do the vote take. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor Van Hittersum,
Muted, Rita.
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Okay.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 6.2.2, Dixon J.R. Burnside and Associates Limited presenting the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020. Jeff, if you're there, do you want to take over?
Thank you, Reeve Bailey. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Reeve Bailey and Council. On behalf of the Burnside team, it's our pleasure to present the information regarding this project under the auspices of the Drainage Act. And as indicated earlier, if you see me looking sideways, it's because I have my notes on another monitor, and I apologize for that. And it's a presentation report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project. A little bit of background. The report was initiated by 2 requests for an improvement under Section 78 of the Drainage
A
Act.
participant has left the meeting.
As it's in slide 1 on the view monitor, or on your monitors before you, if you have video, this is the watershed plan, or drawing 1 of 11 from the report. The watershed is the heavy black line. It encompasses approximately 229 hectares. It can be reached at the south limit off of Nature Center Road. It extends as far north as Belgrave Road, and it's located east of the village of Belgrave. The drain is actually physically located on parts of lots 34 and concession 6 of the concession road. It passes under Nature Center Road, and it is also contained on parts of lots 34, 35, and 36 in concession 7. If we move to slide 2, this drawing is entitled the Natural Channel Design Plan, and this is drawing 2 of 11. And with the exception of the observation box that was mentioned by Mr. Robinson earlier, All of the work depicted on this drawing encompasses all of the construction that's proposed on the drain on part of Lot 34 in Concession 6 and under Nature Center Road. Just to the land side and out of the viewport or south of this property that's identified as the Hussey property is the outlet of the drain, which is into Belgrave Creek. But there's no work proposed downstream of the property. The natural channel design techniques are proposed on property on Lot 34 to maintain, respect, and enhance the existing brook trout habitat and the spawning areas within that reach of the channel, with right-of-way and new 1,200 millimeter or 4-foot diameter pipe complete with riprap at each end is proposed. Slide 3. This drawing 5 of 11 is featured in the report and is entitled Environmental Feature Area Key Plan. It gives a snapshot of the various features, the feature areas or zones on Lot 34, 35, and Concession 7, where a number of environmental elements have been constructed dating as far back as 2005. Those that are incorporated as part of the drain for the purposes of the protection and future maintenance include such things, but are not necessarily limited to diversion berm, control boxes, French drains, grass waterways, pool ruffle structure, riprap spillways, culverts, inlets, vegetation, trees, and wetlands. These features have had a positive effect on both the hydraulic conditions in the drain and on the hydrologic conditions within the watershed. Murray Scott and the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority, assisted by Jeff King, administered numerous tours of this property and educated the general public over many years and demonstrated their benefits to the environment and to the drain. For any of the stakeholders involved, a detailed description of each of the features identified with the 4 different parent color types and those for incorporation are contained in subsection 6.2, commencing on page 9 of the body of the report. And each of those descriptions in subsection 6.2 provides the reader with a comprehensive description of each feature area, a reference to the proper drawing for that area as an enlargement drawing, a list of the components that are to be part of the drain, as well as photos depicting them. Slide 4. In comparison to that previous plan that is in our report, this is a schematic that was extracted from the Municipality of North Huron report by Jeff King, Stewardship Services Coordinator from the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority, dated May 6, 2018, and presented to Council on May 22nd of 2018. And I would draw your attention to the similarity in these 2 drawings, one prepared by Jeff before we were appointed, and one that is contained in the report based on our information gathered and our understanding of the scope of the project. The remaining drawings in Appendix are profiles for the upstream open and closed portions of the drain, as well as containing various details, cross sections, construction notes, and specifications. In regard to the design of the drain, the coefficient for the open portion was based on a 2-year return period design form based on the design and construction guidelines and the guide for engineers working under the Drainage Act, several publications that engineering practitioners use. A 10-year return period storm was used for design of the pipe on Nature Center Road. It is to be a polymer laminated CSP with a service life of approximately 100 years. That was based on communication since our appointment over the last couple of years, as alluded to earlier by various stakeholders. Since our appointment, and it was discussions with the municipality, the roads superintendent, the drainage superintendent, etc., as to what material they were to use, what design standard they wanted. We provided them with cost options for different things up until as recently as last
has joined the meeting.
The summer of 2020 before we made a final decision. In the report, the body of the report is shorter than the appendices, and there are a number of appendices at the report. Appendix A is the allowances and the allowance schedule, and it identifies 3 types of allowances that are provided under the auspices of the Act. Section 29 for right-of-way or use, as it's referred to. Section 30 for damages, and section 31 for existing drain. Right of way is provided for the construction of and for access to and along the drain, as well as around various environmental features for the completion of future maintenance activities. The drain is approximately 75 years old since the report for it was written, and it was constructed in approximately 1946. And at that point in time, only severance and damage allowance provided in the amended report. Accordingly, right-of-way or use has been provided in this report. Damages are provided to compensate the damages occurred on a property during construction, and existing drain allowances have been provided for some of the environmental features proposed to be incorporated under the report. Appendix C contains the cost estimate. There'll be more on that in a little bit in my presentation. Appendix C and D contain the supporting calculations for the various allowances, as well as the assessments levied to the lands and road within the watershed. Appendix E and F contain the various specifications to govern the construction. Appendix G and H contain agency correspondence and product information. And Appendix I, as indicated, is the drawings. A little bit more estimated cost versus and the gross versus net costs. As noted, Appendix B contains the project cost estimate. This estimate provides a breakdown of the various construction elements as well as contingencies, allowances, engineering, administrative, finance, and other costs. The total estimated cost for this project has been estimated to be $189,000. If you could go to slide 5, please. So indicated in the total sum at the bottom for all lands and roads, you can see that amount of $189,000 indicated. The portion of this schedule that was contained in the report is only the black text, but of interest to the landowner and not bound into the report, but provided to them, or it should have been a loose leaf sheet that was inserted within the report, is the information contained in red text, which is the net assessments to the properties and roads. As explained at the meeting at the on-site meeting in September of 18, this is arrived at by taking an individual or a property's gross assessment less the 1/3 OMAFA grant if that property is registered and qualifies for the farm class tax rate, less any allowances to arrive at a net assessment. As indicated, the red is not bound into the report, and it is intentionally not bound in the report because there have been previous decisions from the tribunal and the referee indicating that landowners have a right to make their decision based on proceeding with works, whether this style of project or a completely new drain, by looking at the total cost, not the net cost to their property. But it's important to note that that net cost is what would be billed out at the end of the day if the project was in and exactly based on the engineer's estimate. If we now go to slide 6, please. This is that is new to most of the landowners and settlers within the watershed. They may recall that at the meeting, the on-site meeting held in September, there was mention by Jeff King of grant monies that have been procured by the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority. And the information in purple at the extreme right hand of this column or this schedule shows how the net assessments are recommended to be further reduced as a result of a Bruce Power grant. The addition of this grant, or this additional grant, was negotiated by and procured by the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority through the efforts of Jeff King, who is now retired, to recognize the significance of the environmental and green infrastructure features constructed on the Scott property and to be incorporated as part of the drain. The understanding of the application of this grant was that it was intended to be directed towards improvements to the habitat and fishery within the drain. And so by drawing comparison, you can see how there is a total amount of $67,599 in that grant. And it is to take the net assessment to the agricultural lands of in excess of $73,000 and reduce it to a further net amount of $5,404 to the entire 230 hectare watershed, based proportionately or in proportion to the assessments as levied in the totals column in black text. To this information and the grant provided, or the grant that is sitting with the Conservation Authority to be applied to this project, if you can now turn to slide 7. This information is not in the report, but it was provided with the agenda, so the stakeholders that registered tonight's meeting would see this, and this can be made available, but it's a snapshot. It's information that was part of Jeff King's report to Township Council in 2018 and was entitled Estimate Project Costs. And those project costs are contained on the left-hand side of the comparison chart. Under Jeff's estimate. On the right-hand side, under the engineer's estimate, is a comparison and a breakdown for the major components and comparing them item by item, similar to what Jeff did, namely engineering, construction, and funding. And the information from Jeff King's report before the engineer was appointed and before the on-site meeting was held to know what the scope of the project even involved, and comparing it now to what is contained in the engineer's report. You will notice that in Jeff's estimate, GEOF Jeff King from Maitland Valley, it was a cost neutral project where he was suggesting that the total estimated cost around $94,000 and the fund would be about $94,000. In comparison, one can see that the estimate was $189,000, and what items have contributed to the increase in that cost not contained in the estimate that Mr. King prepared. What the funding is that is available to reduce that amount to $45,000. And of that $45,000, there's a breakdown between the assessment to roads and lands that show the amount being assessed or suggested to be assessed after the application of the Bruce Power Grant would be $5,404, or a little less, 12%. And so, except for that $5,400, the project's still essentially cost neutral for the land within the watershed. The final assessments to be levied after the construction of the drain has been completed and the warranty period has expired will be prorated based on the actual project cost to each property based on that column in black in the assessment schedule, and that will determine the final amount to be levied to each property or road. Couple quick points on environmental agency requirements. As indicated earlier in some of my text, I verbalized the fact that there is trout habitat. As a result, it is imperative that the engineer involved or the firm involved the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, which is a federal agency, and to do any in-water from them, a permit would be required or an authorization, and we did receive that authorization from DFO, accepting the proposal we have for the natural channel design work on the Hussey property downstream of the road on lot 34, concession 6. It should also be noted that because of the spawning habitat and the significance of the species in the stream, the only time we are allowed to do work in accordance with that authorization is the period between July 15th to September 30th of the calendar year. Similarly, we have also received a permit from the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority for the work. Some of the lands contained downstream are considered wetland. Whether they are locally significant or provincially significant doesn't matter. They are considered wetland according to the Conservation Authority, so we have a permit from them as well. Closing remarks, we'd like to thank Council for allowing us the opportunity to present the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project report. We would be pleased to try to answer any follow-up questions.
Mr. Dixon. I think now we're going to go over, I believe protocol says we're going to go over and we're going to ask any of the landowners that are listening in, if they have comments or questions or concerns. I believe now, unless I'm wrong, Carson, is the time for them to speak.
Yeah, so you're correct, Your Worship. So Mandy, if you want to stop sharing the screen now, and then If any landowners wanted to take an opportunity to speak to aspects of the drainage project, then now would be the time. So feel free to unmute your microphones and turn on your video if you have it, and then Reeve Bailey will go one by one.
So I can't see them, so I'm gonna make sure, Mandy, I believe you're the one that will be calling the shots on this one, or maybe Carson. If you see somebody, let us know, please. Yep.
Project report, I'm very much in favor of fixing up the down from the green area for the crossing. I think that part of the project should go forward. I do have a little bit of a concern with regards to Jeff's report. He indicated that the report given by Jeff King that the project was going to cost $94,000. He was paid, I believe, $2,400 to come up with that budget for that. So it wasn't just Jeff King that did that. It was Burnside that helped prepare that report. Secondly, I'm very concerned about incorporating a private project, the Murray Scott Wetland Project, into a municipal drain. I think that would be precedent setting and could be very dangerous going forward, because there could be considerable costs going forward that would be assessed to the landowners going forwards. We're not all going to be the landowners that have assessed it first. Our lands will change hands, and I don't think it is right for us to put something in place now that could be very detrimental down the road. That's all I have to. Oh, one other thing. This is a very good project that Murray Scott started, developing these wetlands. And I think that we should support him somehow by setting up a foundation or something that can help pay for the future upkeep of it. But let's keep it out of the Scott Drain project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Anyone else? If there is, just unmute your mic and please speak up. Amanda, I'm not hearing of anyone. Is there anyone else out there, Carson or Amanda? I think it's Amanda that has to.
I don't see anyone else that has unmuted the microphone.
Okay.
There are a couple of call-in users as well, so just make sure that those are unmuted, because that would be on our end. So just in case that they have anything to say, but as for video participants, it looks like Doug is the only one.
We'll give Amanda a few seconds to unmute the callers. Are they able to talk now, Amanda?
I sent out a request to unmute.
Okay, we'll give them a few seconds. We'll give them a minute or two. I'll leave it in your hands, Amanda. You can tell me when you think.
Yeah, if we have to send a request to unmute, that means it's muted on their end. So my best guess would be that there's nothing to say. Oh, we have Luke Schilder has unmuted his microphone if he wants to speak to the project at all.
Go ahead, Luke.
Sorry, it's my first time on this system. I have a serious problem that most of this work does not fit under Section 78 of the Drainage Act. The Drainage Act doesn't say anything about restoration of a wetland project. So I will definitely not agree as a landowner, because there is too much risk that the Conservation Authority wants to make this a recommendation for every drainage project in the province. So I will officially object against this. And if that will not be answered properly, I will go for a formal hearing on this process.
Okay, Luke, thank you for that. We all did hear your concerns and hear your request for a formal hearing on it. Is there anyone else that's calling in? Okay, I'm going to say not Mandy. I'm going to say we can move on. If somebody does call in, Mandy, we can stop and listen. Is that okay, Carson?
Yep, so if there's no other landowner comments, then now would be the opportunity for council to ask questions of either any of the landowners or the engineer as it relates to the project.
Your worship, if I might interrupt Carson through to the Reeve, I can address the comments and concerns from the three individuals or the stakeholders, if I may, if that would be prudent.
I'm not sure if he's, by the way we have to run the meeting, I'm not sure if that's allowed or not. Carson, can you give me a reading on that?
Yep, the engineer can certainly comment on concerns raised.
Okay, thank you very kindly. Go ahead.
In regards to Mr. Robbins' question about removing the existing structure in the bush, we are aware that the catch basin in the bush is existing. We are not removing the catch basin in the bush. We are only abandoning the portion of the drain, the common lot line between Robinson and the Smith property, the midpoint of lot 36, upstream and into the bush for the purposes of future maintenance by the drainage superintendent. Practitioners for many years now, probably in excess of 30, I've been doing this for 40, and I have never extended a drain beyond a property boundary except it be to the upstream side of a petitioner's property. So we typically end them at lot lines, not in the midpoints of properties. So the fact that the 46 drain was installed to a station, it's governed by bylaw and the act at that time. But all we are proposing to do is install an observation box on the property line between the Robinson and Smith properties so that the drainage superintendent, first of all, knows where the drain is and can see if the tile is functioning. We will be reconnecting the tile upstream to that structure and connecting it to the downstream. So we are abandoning the drain upstream of the midpoint, but not removing it. So the catch basin in the bush will still continue to function, as will the rest of the tile connected to it. In regards to precedent setting, Mr. Walker had a question of concern about precedent setting. There are several projects that have been done under the Auspice Drainage Act that incorporate wetlands. They have been done throughout the province. I have assisted in the preparation of a couple of those reports. One was the Steenster Drain in the municipality Central Huron that we incorporated some wetland features and offset sediment control basins to control sediment in the open portion of the drain because it was significant fish habitat. There have been several reports by other practitioners written that specifically related to only incorporating a wetland under the auspices of the Drainage Act. To that end, there is a publication 852 that's been recently produced by the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs called A Guide for Engineers Working Under the Ontario Drainage Act. Part B, design component considerations of the engineer's report has various items that I will quickly read the highlights or the titles of, referred to as hydrology, hydraulics, climate change, urban areas, water quality and quantity, erosion and sediment control, wetlands and water retention, riparian buffers, and other design considerations. There is a self-contained chapter on wetlands and water retention in that guide, encouraging landowners and engineers to consider and making those types of features part of municipal drains under the Drainage Act for the purposes of protection and future maintenance, to protect groundwater recharge areas, etc., and for them to be maintained and become part of drains. So it is not precedent setting in any way, shape, or form. And as indicated, there are a number of projects and reports that have been written. They've been presented at conferences, both at the Drainage Engineers Conference that's held annually, usually at the end of October in Guelph, and at the LICO, Land Improvement Contractors Association and Drainage Superintendents Association Conference, which is jointly held in January each year in London. So there are a number of projects that have wetlands incorporated. And as I indicated under those headings, there's an entire chapter and part of a 300-page guideline that it identifies to engineers how they can be made part and incorporated as part of a drain. So I hope that would address or give Mr. Walker some more information, as well as perhaps address Mr. Schilder's concerns. Mr. Schilder had a second comment about Section 78. Section 78 is when an engineer is appointed or the municipality decides or stakeholders decide, in this case it was stakeholders, that an improvement is required to a drain that has been constructed under a bylaw under this act or any predecessor of the act. And it indicates that the municipality may undertake and complete the project in accordance with the report of the engineer appointed without a petition, and the projects referred to in subsection 1, which is the appointment, can include any one of the following: changing the course of a drainage works, make a new outlet for the whole or any part of a drainage works, construct a new tile drain under the bed of the whole or any part of the drainage works, construct, reconstructing, or extending embankments, walls, dikes, dams, reservoirs, bridges, pumping stations, or other protective works in conjunction or connection with the drainage works, otherwise improving, extending to an outlet or altering the drainage works, covering all or part of the drainage works, or consolidating two or more drainage works. So I do feel and believe that this project does fit under the qualifications of Section 78 and definitely under the design or under the Guide for Engineers for Work under the Drainage Act, publication 52. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Okay. That being answered, we're going to hand it over to the councilors now. Councilors that would like to speak to this. Is there anybody in particular who would like to start? Mr. Palmer, Councilor Palmer, you can start.
Thank you, Rave. I'm going to be mentioning the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority in the odd spot here, and I don't think there's anyone present that represents them.
There is Chris Van Eesbrock is here from the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority.
Very good. I hope he was around when this thing was hatched, because that would help. Anyways, so that's good. First of all, the landowners that apparently made the petition, the Hussies and Melanie Pletch, if you phone them today, they would tell you they didn't realize what they did. They didn't understand the consequences because it wasn't explained well enough. Then all of a sudden they stick their names on a sheet of paper, dated the same day. That's a red flag to me. And then it gets presented. Tells you that Maitland Valley had a huge hand in what happened there. So they can argue the point all they want, but that's what I see. So they admit that they were interested in securing a way of maintaining this, I'm going to call it private pet project of Murray Scott's. They wanted to secure the maintenance of it for years and years, forever. And the only way to do that is at the cost of others. And that was link it into an existing municipal drain, which served its own little function. The people that were in part of that watershed, they were paying their way, they were doing their thing. Now, all of a sudden, they get saddled with a huge bill, you've seen it, and future 15, 20 years from now, the same thing's going to happen because all these conservation things of Murray's, they're going to, of Murray Scott's, they're going to fill in again. And guess what? They're filling in with the dirt of what was Murray Scott's farm, because that's why he built it. It was to solve his own problems, not other people's. He didn't ask for help from the neighbors. He didn't get like physical help or money. He just did it on his own because it was his pet project to cure his own ills, like his own problems on the farm. And Maitland Valley, they linked in, and it was a good thing. It was a beautiful project. It is a beautiful project. And Maitland Valley used it as a sort of like a model tour place. Another good thing. Way to be. But for them to just matter-of-factly flip it in to this, make a brand new project that joins a private project with well, they're both private projects. You know, one's Murray Scott's private pet, and the other one is, we'll call it the municipal drain. It's a corporation of producers or farmers that pay into it. And that was not, it was mentioned at that first meeting a few months after, in September of 18, a few months after this thing, the petition went in. And, but they were told it wasn't going to cost anything, so nobody was alerted to any particular issues. But they weren't thinking of the consequences. And that's the biggest problem, is like Doug Walker mentioned, and it doesn't matter about setting precedents really, and it was well mentioned by Mr. Dixon, but he's saying it with no care of the other people that get no benefit of it. It's only the land of Murray Scott's that gets the benefit. It causes the erosion in it. It gets the benefit of it. And everybody else has to pay. And to me, that makes 0 sense. These things, when a project comes forth to council, we expect it to be done. I hate using the word rubber stamp, but everything should be ready to go. We hear it. There may be a complaint or two, and that's fine. We'll deal with it in an appeal or whatever. We'll listen, but it should be done, ready to go. Go ahead. But this one comes. I'm not even finished here. There's a ton of holes in it. If I was part of that watershed, there'd be so much hell to pay over this. And I have to tell you, Mr. Dixon, you don't realize the emotional toll that it's taken on some of the producers here, some of the landowners. Because guess what? 2 3/4-ish years later, they get a report and they see these assessments, and they got it the same day council did. Do you think that was right? They were totally surprised. They were rocked. Some of them were flipped right out. Like there's one that pays $25,000 and he gets no benefit. Zero. And you've given them that assessment just willy-nilly. It doesn't make sense. Now, if everyone would go to what Mr. Dixon presented, and it's to page 1, it shows the watershed. And that's the best thing to look at if you can. You'll see that there's Campbell's, Walker's, and Vincent's. They all live in the north half. It's above a huge, mature maple bush. Now, they take up about half or almost a half of the watershed. So it must have been assumed, well, they must put half of the darn water into the thing. So let's charge them. I know doing assessment must be difficult. I grant you that. But you got to walk. Did you walk those farms? Did anybody get out there and see them? 2 of the farms drain east to the Belgrave Creek. So they're not even draining fully into the watershed, if indeed there was any water. This is so disgusting. And they're paying 41% of the costs. Look at it. They don't even have an outlet. Nobody bothered to even stick one up through the bush, which would have been a challenge, but that's what engineers should do if they're going to do it. But there's no sense now because they're already draining away somewhere else. And but can you just see it? Common sense. Anyways, they did not have a second meeting. I know they do not have to, but when you've got a project where you're trying to stick another project and put them together, and then there's huge assessments, don't you think having a second meeting would be use the word prudent? Wouldn't it have been a good idea? For heaven's sakes, for them to get the information the same time we did is unconscionable. And now they're stuck. What do we do? What do we do? And Mr. Dixon, they knew there was a grant from Bruce Power, but you get that first, the only, your page, what is it, 5 of the assessments, that's all they got. That's all we got. You know, I'm looking at that. I know where these farms are, and I'm wondering, holy smokes, are they ever assessed high? You know, I live right near here. I know these places. And then I started getting phone calls, and then the phones were ringing off the hook. Like I was phoning, we were talking to everybody that made sense and that could help. And then all of a sudden, this was all week we've been phoning people. And then all of a sudden on Friday, we're presented with, lo and behold, chart table number 6, where you get the purple. Like, you know what? This doesn't look good, Mr. Dixon. Where was this? These people were blown off their horses. You should have had that presented to them right away. Why wait? Why wait? Did it take push come to shove to make something happen? Like, for heaven's sakes, there's good ways of presenting bad information, you know. So this is what should have come first. Everybody knew the money was there. They just didn't know where it was. So then suspicion holds. What's going on? If nobody said anything, where would the money be today? You can't help it. We're humans, eh? They're humans, these landowners. Anyways, in my mind, the assessments are way off, especially for the North Ender people. And the allowance to Melanie Pletch, I'm sorry, Melanie, but it's way too high, 21,000. The land was already, when Murray Scott developed all that, the land was already taken up. Anything that was going to be taken up and used was used. So I fail to see where $21,000 worth of allowance should be. Maybe some, give her some, but I fail to see it. You know, something like that. Like, just look at the chart. She's the only one that got a humongous allowance. Well, you got to wonder why. Say something, like, for heaven's sakes. Like, this has to be answered. These people want to know. In that second meeting that you did not have, you should have, then you would have found out. You see what I mean? These people have lost sleep. There's been an emotional toll because of this. It's not been easy sledding, and it could have been fixed or reduced. You guys handle it. I've never seen anything done so poorly, to tell you the truth. There's some other things, but you know, that's enough, I think. I am upset. I don't like this. I think the two projects are separate. You can say that it's already, the precedence has been already taken up. So who cares? I don't care. Have they considered the farmers that have to pay for it down the road? No. All these Maitland Valley's little projects, they don't think about it. All they want is to flip it so they can be maintained by other people. Is that right? It is not right. That's the answer. So in my mind, this thing should be deferred back to you, and you split the thing out and then see what the project is really worth.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Christopher. I'm not sure, Jeff, I'm not sure if you want to answer that or you would rather just at another time have a chat. And I'm not even sure you're on right now, according to the little circle I see going round and round. Carson, is he on there?
It looks like he's having bandwidth issues, but he's still in the meeting, and he's unmuted here now. So I guess, yeah, if he wants to address any of the comments, he certainly can. I guess from a procedural standpoint, that I would just clarify. So if it's concerns related to assessment, that would be discussions for the Court of Revision. But ultimately, the nature of the project, whether it's to proceed as presented, is the purpose of the consideration meeting. I guess that's just the point I would clarify procedurally. But yeah, Jeff is available to if he wants to speak to any piece of that.
So Jeff, if you don't mind, then maybe the Court of Revision can handle the questions that Mr. Palmer has brought up, and we can continue on there.
Your Worship, there's no other questions from Councillor Palmer. I'm not sure there was a question in there. I've been working in this industry for 40 years. There is an accepted methodology for determining assessments that is referred to in the report. It's itemized in the report, and it's called the TAJA method. It's accepted by practitioners across the province, and it is accepted by the appeal bodies across the province, namely the Court of Revision, which is made up of members of the council, but more particularly, it's accepted by the tribunal and the referee as an accepted methodology for determining assessments based on the definitions of benefit and outlet in the Drainage Act. Furthermore, there was communication with the landowners directly involved with the project. We spoke to Mrs. Hussey 3 times this past year about the project and what we were proposing on their property. We had dialogue and communication, as I alluded to, with the road authority in regards to the road crossing. And I had a conversation last week with Melanie, and she did not express to me that she was upset with what we had written. Furthermore, the appointment under the Act in accordance with Section 78 and our understanding based on the on-site meeting that was held in September of 18 with Jeff King present, who had the most knowledge of the project, was exactly what we have tried our best to do, was to incorporate the features on the Scott property as part of the municipal drain. And that's what we have tried to do, given the way we have presented our report and provided allowances for such. I apologize if Councillor Palmer does not agree with that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but that is our understanding of the mandate. And the explanation, as I said, about the net assessments, I have not in almost 40 years ever bound into my report, as I said, because it was given precedent by a referee's decision that the engineer was trying to convince the landowners to look at only the net assessments and not the value to the property in accordance with the Act for benefit and outlet. I also spoke today with Jeff King about the project and what his understanding was, and he reinforced what we feel and believe the scope, the intent of the request for the improvement under 78 was in fact to incorporate the features on the Scott property. To that end, the allowances we have provided are probably, I don't know exactly because Jeff did not have numbers, but based on my experience, I would suggest that if the work that was done on the Scott property was to have been constructed under this report, it would have been in the neighborhood of $250,000 to $300,000 of construction activity. We have only valued that at $21,000 in the form of allowances to the Pletch property. The rest of the allowances are for right-of-way over the closed portion of the drain on the Robinson property and some on the Stutzman and Hussey properties, and an access across the Smith property to be able to install the observation box that I alluded to was going to go on the property line as a new connection point. And allow for the abandonment of the portion of the drain that goes up into the woodlot. In regards to an extension of the drain through the woodlot, Mr. Walker was specifically asked at the on-site meeting. He came to our office after that and was enough to provide us with a copy of the 1946 report, which we weren't able to recover from the archives at that time from the township's vault. When he returned to the office to pick up his copy of that report after we had scanned it, he informed us he did not wish or require or need the drain to be extended to the south limit of his property in the lot. So that was offered to the other landowners in the watershed. So I hope those comments address some of the concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon. The chair recognizes Mrs. Van Hittersum. Councilor Van Hittersum, you're muted. You're muted, dear. You're still muted. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Reeve Bay. The Bruce Power grant. It's probably to Christian Esbrook, and the grant is available for the property owners. Is that still available if this drain project will be deferred? Is it earmarked for especially the Murray Scott drain? And if this project was approached differently, like any other drain, how much money would be involved then? That's probably towards Jeff Dixon.
You can hear me? I guess I'll answer the question about it being deferred. So we've been holding on to that funding since 2017 or early 2018. If the question is if the decision was deferred, we'd continue to hold on to that funding until if the project was completed. We'd release it when the project was completed. So it's not bound by a specific year like a lot of funding is. This particular one we could hold on to till it's completed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Anita, that's it, or another one?
Yes, if the drain was a normal drain, like it wasn't such a Maitland Valley was so much involved and everything like that. If it was just a normal municipal drain, would it be as expensive as this one, or would there be less cost or more, or there probably wouldn't be a grant available? The property owners would have to pay more probably. So maybe Jeff can answer that?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd be pleased to. Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to this being a normal project, that's a difficult question to answer. I have been involved in appointments under the Drainage Act, and more recently, in the last number of years, we have been using natural channel design techniques like we're proposing on the Hussey property and rural stormwater management facilities and ponds to mitigate the impact from the runoff from other lands in the upstream part of the watershed to protect, retain, and attenuate it from impacting the lands and roads in the downstream part of the watershed. So there are some features on this drain that are, the wetland aspect of it is fairly new to me, but there have been other projects where we have physically constructed rural stormwater management ponds, which are part of this feature or part of the features on the Scott property. We've constructed dozens of berms, of which there is one on the Scott property. We have constructed riffle and pool sections, of which there are on the Scott property. On other projects, we are proposing them now. The fisheries and oceans authorizations and letters of approval that we get, we are encouraged to do so to protect fish habitat, et cetera, et cetera. In regards to the grant monies, the uniqueness of this project is definitely the $67,599 from Bruce Power. Most projects would not have that. There is another option to further reduce the net assessment to the agricultural lands of $5,404. If the municipality wants us to look into it, we can. There is a program called the Huron Clean Water Program that allows for grant monies for certain aspects of drainage projects, and we have in the past applied for grant monies to further reduce the net impact assessment to lands by doing that on behalf of the watershed, but we do it for the entire watershed, not for an individual property, because an individual property owner needs to have built a grass waterway, or they need to have a berm and a sediment control feature, or they need to have other special features. Not all the properties on the drain will build those. Furthermore, the amounts per individual property are fairly small, up to a maximum of $1,000, depending on the feature. So the better bang for the buck is to combine those. So in addition to the $67,599 from Bruce Power, we could look into whether there's any money from the Here and Clean Water to further reduce that. The 1/3 OMAFRIC would apply to any project under the Drainage Act, regardless, as long as the ag property is registered for and pays the farm class tax. So it is standard across the province on any drainage project. The uniqueness of this one is the Bruce Power grant that's been earmarked for only this project, is my understanding.
Thanks, Jeff. Anyone else? Paul, did you have something?
I have a question.
I'm going to go to Mr. Faulkner first, and then over to Mr. Heffer.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Reeve Bailey. Two questions. The first one is I was noticing that none of the allocations of fundings were able to be placed against North Huron's portion of this for the roadway allowances on there. Is that, I was curious whether that's just because the fish go under the road, not over it, or?
Well, to answer that question, Councillor Faulkner, the intent of that was the Bruce Power funding was for green features, and we're not building anything green or any type of special feature that would relate to that, the funding and our understanding of the intent of the use of the funding insofar as it would apply to the roadway. My apologies for that, but and I've discussed this logic. This is only our suggestion, but I've discussed this with the clerk, I've discussed it with Jeff King, and I've discussed it with your drainage superintendent, and they are of like mind that this would be the most prudent application of that Bruce Power funding would be to the agricultural lands within the watershed.
Okay, thank you. My second question was for you as well, Jeff. I'm noticing when you were describing the act and some of the provisions in answering some of the questions from some of the landowners that were on much earlier there, almost all the definitions you used were characterized by may and not shall or not must. So that leaves that up to interpretation. Am I correct on those?
There are a number of options, or there are a number of definitions and a number of sections of the Act, Councillor Faulkner, that do indicate may, but interestingly enough, in the Drainage Act, there are, I believe, 30-some references to shall. So it depends on the section. And as far as assessing for benefit, if you read the definition for assessment for benefit, they're in section 22 of the Act and in section 23 under outlet and that sort of thing. It says that the assessment or maintenance or repair of a works may be assessed for benefit. So there are some locations where may is referred to, but then there are some specific shalls, which is equivalent to must.
So in direct response to the Scott portion that everyone seems to be have interest in, does that fall under may or shall?
Well, I guess it could fall under more appropriately under may, because it was under my interpretation of what the scope of the project was based on the request for the improvement to the drain and based on all of the information that was provided. That sketch that we gave you, and I showed in, I believe it was slide 5 or 4 that was part of Jeff's report, is only a small part of what Jeff gave us in order to allow us to prepare the extent of the report and the descriptions in the report. He provided another 30-some pages, and all of the photos in that report were provided by Jeff to show us all of the various locations of all the features that he felt could be incorporated as part of the work for future maintenance. Further, it is our hope, and it was Jeff's intention, that by incorporating these features under the Drainage Act as part of the drain, it would reduce the need for any future maintenance, because the drain would continue to perform it as it has as a natural channel, carry its own sediment load, but the wetlands and the woodlot and the berm prevent sediment from getting in and affecting the habitat, and gets redeposited on the land where it's collected, as opposed to in the drain where it then needs to be dredged or removed under maintenance. So the whole intent of this project, using these natural channel features on the rehabilitation of the stream downstream of the road, similar to what was done. There was a geomorphology consultant hired and retained to do some of the channel design on the Scott property upstream of the road. We now have that expertise in-house, and we use those same techniques to design the drain downstream. The intent is to try to make these systems more natural and less maintenance, with or reduced maintenance costs and frequency in the future to the upstream lands and roads.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hepper?
Yes, through you, Reeve. Yeah, the questions were just answered. My question was like for the green, the money not allowed for the road. I understand that. And then my only other question, and it was alluded to, was 21,000 allowance for Mrs. Pletch. And that was sort of spoken to. So I'm fine, thanks. Now, Reeve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heffner. Okay, anyone else? Seeing none. I don't believe I've read the Carson, I don't believe I've read the bylaw, have I?
No, you're through, to answer your question, your worship. So there's a draft motion there, which would be to accept the engineer's report as presented and provisionally adopt the first and second reading of the bylaw for the engineer's report. That is that would be your option if council feels the engineer's report is satisfactory. Your other option would be to refer it back to the engineer for further investigation or to address something, depending on whether there was a concern from council. And if that was the case, we would table bylaw 10 of 2021 to a future consideration meeting. So there's the draft motion there, or council can put their recommended option forward. It depends on which direction council wants to go.
So is there anyone that feels that 6.2.2 needs to be looked into? So please speak, and if not, we'll just read it. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Sight.
No, Reeve, I was going to move the recommended motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Oh, yeah. Do I have a seconder? Second call. Do I have a seconder? You guys can hear me, can't you? Okay. Third and final call. Do I have a seconder? That means the motion has failed.
So we require direction for the engineer. So I guess if that motion isn't sufficient, amendments could be made to that motion, or council could pass a different motion. I guess for direction wise, it'd be good to know what the concern was with that motion, and maybe we'll go from there.
I see Councillor Van Hittersum has her hand up. Go ahead, Danita.
Yes, thank you, Reeve Bailey. To have the motion adjusted so we can have all the landowners, somebody from council, or I don't know who needs to be involved, have a new meeting with all the landowners within a certain time.
I'm going to ask
and share their concerns. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm going to ask Carson to answer that.
So if you were to refer it back to the engineer, basically you would want to provide specifics of what you would want the engineer to address further or potentially remove from the report. Because if that direction isn't provided, then basically the engineer would likely be, they just come back and say, well, there's nothing to change. This is because this is obviously the report that they thought was sufficient going forward. So you would want to have specific concerns for the engineer to look into. I'm not sure what that does for costs for the project. Overall, Jeff might be in a better position to do that. But yeah, you could refer back to the engineer for specifics. Those specifics can look into it, whether that would involve another on-site meeting might be held, another report would be prepared, and then basically a second consideration meeting based on that new report would be held. Would basically be the process you're looking at. And I certainly wouldn't be in the position to speak to cost and what the impact would be. But Jeff might kind of have a better sense of that. I couldn't tell you.
Before I hand it over to Jeff, I would like to hear from councilors what exactly it is about this motion that they want to change, or what is it you want to hear from the engineer? Well, we're going to start with Councilor Faulkner.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, my only concern of just listening to all the participants in this report, the for's and against, I just haven't been satisfied myself that this wasn't a portion of the project wasn't put on as much as Councillor Palmer has said as a pet project. I see a lot of influence by outside of this process that I just haven't been satisfied that it would clear me to say yes, this is to go ahead and was a good idea. It just doesn't taste right to me. So that's my.
So if I understand you would like the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority either through the Mr. Dixon or through them to speak up and see why they're involved in this. Did I understand that right?
Yes, just to see to answer whether, to my satisfaction, whether they they were putting input into this project because it furthered along their possibilities in their projects rather than just addressing someone on the in the drainage area with their problem, and they were just adding on to it just because it was a timely thing to do and it's something that they wanted to do. That must and shall weighs a lot with me too as to whether they must do something.
But we did get your information. To hear from the from Mr. Dixon. Go ahead, Mr. Palmer, Councilor Palmer. Sorry.
Yeah, I won't yell. This you did hear from a couple of the landowners that they were sort of miffed at why Maitland Valley and Murray Scott's project is being included. And we've heard from Mr. Dixon that, yeah, it's been done in the past. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's a huge cost. Yes, there's a grant, thank goodness. But next time there won't be a grant, probably won't be a grant. And it's going to cost people a lot of money because of assessments that are, in my mind, way off kilter. But the point is that you've got two projects. They're separate. One was private, Murray Scott's, which was a nice one. No qualms about that. I've got no qualms. And then there was the municipal drain that everybody participated in. And then, we understand that the creek is having its issues, so it needs to be cleaned out, make it nicer for fish habitat. We all understand that. So that would be done regardless. So people wonder, and how did that happen? Like, they didn't get enough information, and they're playing with people's pocketbooks. It's so easy to say, well, it's being done. Conservation things are being thrown into municipal drains all over the place. So I don't care. Are they thinking about the people that have to pay? And Mr. Dixon, you stand there very sure of yourself, sit there very sure of yourself. You've got good ideas.
Point of order.
You're a smart man. I know you are. But you're not thinking of the people who have to write the checks. And if it wasn't for this gift of Bruce Power, there were some big checks to be written by people that didn't feel that they deserved the huge allowance. So that's what it's all about, councillors, is that there's two projects. And
Mr. Reeve, you have a point of order brought up by Deputy Reeve Sipe that you have to deal with.
I don't know if everybody can hear me. God loves the way we're doing now. So just a couple things. Yes, Deputy Reeve Sipe did want to intervene there. But I want to ask Chris one thing first, and then Trevor, I'm going to hand it over to you. Murray Scott, you want whoever, I didn't believe it's his daughter has that land now. You want Murray Scott's daughter to speak to this, why she's involved, because she personally shouldn't be involved with her land. So that's another. So that's MBCA and Murray Scott, whoever's controlling that now, because Murray's passed on. We all know. We need those both to answer the questions that Chris Palmer's asking. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Sipe.
I was just making a point that the information that Councillor Palmer has been talked about has already been mentioned twice in his comments. Whatever the council needs from the engineer, let's move on to get what the engineer needs.
Okay. So again, I'm going to ask again. So right now I'm sitting, from what I've heard so far from the council that turned this motion down, we want to hear from Maitland Valley Conservation Authority, why they're involved. And we want to hear from the lady that, Murray's daughter, Murray Scott's, and they've got to tell us why they're involved in this too. Those are two. Is there anything else? Because this is what the engineer needs. He's going to go back and he's going to meet these people, and we're going to move forward, I presume.
So Reeve Bailey, if I can just maybe provide some clarification there. So you do have landowners on the line as well as representatives from MBCA. That is almost the point of this meeting, is to get those questions out, right? I'm not sure if you were to refer it back to the engineer is mainly supposed to develop the technical aspects of the project as opposed to bring in the required information for council. And I guess I stand to be corrected, and Jeff, maybe you would be better to speak to your role. But basically, if you were to refer it back to the engineer, you would want to do so in a way where it says, for further investigation into whether it's the removal of the wetlands from the project or something along those lines, as opposed to from hearing from this person and from hearing to that person. I'm not entirely sure whether that's the purpose of the engineer, as opposed to preparing the technical aspects of the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Carson. Okay, let me put it out to you a different way. 5 out of 6 people voted against this. This has failed. My understanding, Carson, this motion has failed. Does somebody want to put a motion on the floor to put a motion on the floor? Before you do, though, who pays the engineer? If this fails and we've got $90,000 into this, can somebody please tell me who's paying this engineer?
Yes, I can clarify that, Your Worship. So the Drainage Act, it's almost scenario based, right? So basically, you have 3 options, right? Council could stop the proceedings, and then council would have to make a decision on who pays for that. The second option is council refers the report back to the engineer, or the third option is council provisionally adopts the report. So if council was to refer it back to the engineer, there's a number of factors at play, right? So that 852 guidance document that Jeff had mentioned earlier, it basically speaks to scenarios, right? So scenario 1, a drainage project initiated to improve the effectiveness of the entire drain has been terminated. If that's the case for the project, basically the costs incurred to date can be assessed to the property owners in the watershed of the drain in accordance with the existing agreement. So that's not this assessment schedule. That's the original assessment schedule that was adopted by bylaw to form this municipal drain. Or the second option is council can choose to pay the engineering costs, right? If the project was to fail, council can allocate those costs to across the board to the landowners based on the original assessment schedule, or council can say the township would pay the costs, and that would be the municipal taxpayers who pay that. Your second option, you'd look like if a drainage project is initiated to improve the effectiveness of a single property, such as enclosing a portion of the drain, relocating a section of the drain, or adding a crossing. If a project such as this has been terminated, then basically you would have three options. One is council could ask the engineer to prepare a Section 40 report, which would indicate that the project is no longer required and identifying how the costs are to be recovered, right? So I believe there's a formula that the engineers would abide by, and that would show how the costs can be recovered. Your second option is council could terminate the project only after the property owners pays the engineering costs to date, right? So in this case, there are two requesters who were the stakeholders. If those two requesters were willing to pay for the costs, then I guess theoretically council could terminate the project if they were agreeing to pay to that. And the third option is, again, council could choose to pay for those engineering costs, which would be through the municipal taxpayers as well. So those are basically, those would be your options. Should council put a stop to the proceedings of the drainage project? But it sounds like the direction from council is wanting to refer it back to the engineer. So just for a little context on that, the engineer, based on the feedback, right? So the engineer would decide if another on-site meeting is held, identify the property owners, the agencies and authorities that should attend that on-site meeting. But basically they need to know, and this direction needs to come from council. Council needs to determine what areas of the project should be reviewed, right? So council needs to have a sense of, here's what we would like you to review as the appointed engineers. Jeff will go away and review that information. And then once that review is undertaken, a report is resubmitted to the clerk's office, and another consideration meeting such as this one is held. And then again, council has the same options: refer the report back to the engineer, provisionally adopt the bylaw, or put a stop to the proceedings. That's kind of the processes you'd be looking at.
Okay, I just want to ask one other question before I throw it to my counselors. Can somebody from the Maitland Valley Conservation Authority please tell me, if this fails, are you going to put your, what was it, $70,000 or $90,000, whatever it was, are you going to put that towards this project to help cover the cost, or does this now become the burden of either the taxpayers of North Huron or the farmers that initiated this? Can anybody answer that for me?
Yeah, so it's Chris Van Esbrook from Maitland Valley. My understanding of how the funding was obtained was that it would be held until work was completed, downstream work was completed, and engineering was completed to incorporate those natural structures. My understanding of this funding is that it wouldn't be able to be used to just cover engineering that didn't lead to that outcome, is my understanding.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go over to Councillor Hittersum. You're muted. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Can we change that to that the council provisionally adopt the first and second reading of the bylaw, that the engineer has another on-site meeting to review the allowances, and have a meeting with all the landowners to review the allowances?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
So to read, Bailey, just to clarify that, so the provisionally adopting the bylaw means you're provisionally adopting the report as it was presented, right? So if you were to make changes to the allowances there, you would in essence be making changes to that report. So you wouldn't want to provisionally adopt the bylaw, because that kickstarts another appeals process, right? So I believe it's 40 days to appeal to the Drainage Tribunal, and then again, it kickstarts the quarter revision process as well. If there were going to be changes coming forward to that report, then you would want to refer it back to the engineer for that to be looked into.
Okay, so can we just leave the adoption out of it and review the allowances? I think an on-site meeting is very important for all the landowners to talk about this, and then maybe we can come to an agreement that this is the best option right now to go
So,
ahead
Carson,
with
what
this
I'm
drain
hearing-
because the go ahead.
Sorry, Anita. So what I'm hearing is the council would like to have a second meeting. So this motion has failed, but the motion would be that they want the engineer to have a second meeting with the landowners and then bring this back forward to either proceed or fail again. Do I understand that right?
So, your worship, your motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project as presented by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for information purposes, and further that the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project be referred back to RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for further investigation into the allowances for the project, and further that bylaw 10 of 2021 be tabled until the next meeting to consider the final engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project. So basically, basically what that would do is it would provide direction to Burnside to further investigate the allowances for the project, and then they would report back with the updated report, and a second consideration would be held. And as part of that process, I'm sure Jeff could certainly incorporate another on-site meeting should council want to occur.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Palmer.
Through you, Reeve. Carson, could we add, or Anita, could we add for the engineer to discuss allowances and perhaps the intent? Like, I would feel much more comfortable handling the final motion, knowing that the producers are okay doing this or they want that. And that's what they would have found out at that second meeting if they had had it. I would feel more comfortable knowing that. So is that possible?
So there's no motion on the floor yet, but I have certainly incorporated that, and if that is the wish of council, so I can read that draft motion as we have it now, and then if council's in favor of that, Reeve Bailey, you could get a mover and a seconder and put it to a vote. So the motion. The draft motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 as presented by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for information purposes. And further that the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 be referred back to RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for further investigation into the allowances and the intent of the project. And further that bylaw number 10, 2021 be tabled until the next meeting to consider the final engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020.
Thank you, Carson. Is there any more conversation with council? Any changes anybody would like to make? Then I call the motion. Do I have a mover?
We need a mover.
Yeah, need a move.
I'll move it.
We have a seconder. Chris seconds it. All in favor?
So that will have to be a recorded vote. So that'll be a recorded vote. So Councilor McBride. Sorry, I was muted there.
1 second, Carson.
Oh, sorry.
Yep,
Deputy
go
Mayor
ahead.
would like to speak. Sorry.
I just want to have I just want to, based on that motion, I just want to ask the engineer a question specifically. If you have a meeting that determines the intent or the intent of the drain or the intent of her proposal or the, would you would you potentially be recommending a change to your report when it comes to that, like the next meeting? Like, what is the possibility of this report coming back to being identical to what it was when we leaves here? Because we've heard, only reason I'm saying this is because we've had 13 people on the watershed. We've heard from 2. And if we delay this or continue to look like we're delaying it, we're optioning ourselves up for possible more issues. So I just want to understand, and I'm fine with what we're doing. If that is the case, I don't really enjoy it. But if people feel like they're not getting the right information, I have a hard time hearing that we're not. I haven't heard from 11 other landowners on here that are not having the same problem that others have. So that's the quick questions I have. So just a question to Jeff: what is the likelihood of this report changing after those meetings?
Through you, your worship, to Deputy Reeve Sipe, thank you. Unless I am misinterpreting the request for the improvement, which we had no part of. We had discussions with Jeff King at Maitland Valley, generic questions from him, wondering if the works on the property were incorporatable under a report under the auspices of the Drainage Act. And I indicated, in my opinion, after a discussion with the coordinator of the drainage program for OMAFRA, that I thought that they fell under the definition of 78. We had no part submitting a request for improvement anyway. We simply reacted to the appointment from the council after they received those requests. So unless I'm misinterpreting what the intent was, and to that end, I have been told Murray Scott was still alive, this would have been done under a request from Murray himself and not his daughter, but he passed away before that happened. So all that being stated, unless we are misinterpreting what the intent of that appointment was, I do not see significant changes to this report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to
go ahead, Carson. Go ahead, Reeve. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead with the vote.
Chris wanted to talk too. Did you not, Chris? Mr. Palmer, you're on mute. You're on mute, Chris. Chris, you're on mute. Oh, hey, kiddo.
No, I was just going to say, let's have at it. Let's vote.
So you have a motion on the floor, you have a mover and a seconder. So just for clarification purposes, I will read it one last time. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 as presented by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for information purposes. And further, that the engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020 be referred back to RJ Burnside and Associates Limited for further investigation into the allowances and the intent of the project. And further, that bylaw number 10/2021 be tabled until the next meeting to consider the final engineer's report for the Murray Scott Drain and Stream Rehabilitation Project 2020. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor McBurney.
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe.
Oh.
Councillor Falconer.
Yes.
Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson.
Yes.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 6-1 with the no being Deputy Reeve Sipe. So at this point, Reeve Bailey, if we could jump back to agenda item 6.1.
Okay, so we're going to jump back to 6.2.1. That's when, nope, sorry, 6.1 with Michelle and Bill. You guys on now?
Yes, I'm on. It's Bill.
Presentation.
Michelle, are you on?
So Mandy, Michelle might be one of the call-in users. So if you want to unmute those lines to see if we could hear from her.
Yep, I just sent a request to unmute.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, this is Michelle Stein. Thank you for allowing us to speak a minute. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. Protect Our Waterways, No Nuclear Waste is a group of concerned citizens who joined together after land was purchased and optioned by the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. Can we have the next slide, please? The NWMO is proposing to locate an underground dump site in South Bruce for the radioactive high-level nuclear waste from all of Canada's nuclear reactors. Once completed, it'll contain over 5 million radioactive spent fuel bundles, which will be transported here from all across Canada. Eventually, the site will be decommissioned and nuclear waste will be abandoned. However, the spent fuel bundles will be hazardous for over 100,000 years, according to the Ontario Power Generation. The NWMO calls this a deep geological repository, but we call this an unprecedented experiment. Currently, there are no operating DGRs in the world for high-level nuclear waste. The NWMO states the community must demonstrate it's a compelling, willing host, but neither the NWMO nor the South Bruce Council will give a clear benchmark that defines willing host or how they plan to determine this. Protect Our Waterways visited over 1,000 households and 1,600 residents of South Bruce have signed a petition opposing this proposed DGR. Results in October from an independent telephone poll done by Main Street Research showed that 64% are opposed to the DGR, 16% were in favor, and 20% were undecided. We believe that the benchmark indicating South Bruce is a compelling willing host must be a 2/3 vote in favor of this proposal, using a community referendum with a clear yes or no question supervised by an independent third party. Next slide, please. The DGR is an experiment with risks because all DGRs have failed and there's no real-time experience. According to the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the WIPP is the only true and operational DGR in the world. It is for low and intermediate nuclear waste, not high level, and it's located in the middle of the desert. The only direct comparison we can make is that accidents happen and you can't predict human error. The WIPP project near Carlsbad, New Mexico became radioactively contaminated by the explosion of an underground drum of nuclear waste due to human error. This mistake took 3 years and $500 million to clean up. In Germany, there's 2 underground sites that have failed, and they're now trying to figure out that expensive and time-consuming job of fixing the mess. Chalk River, Canada is a Canadian example of how expensive and how long it takes to fix these radioactive mistakes. There is no operating experience in any country to validate these computer-generated calculations, formulas, and simulated experiments created by the NWMO. The NWMO says in their own technical reports, containers for the disposal of used fuel are typically designed for a very long life. When the containers eventually fail by corrosion as a result of groundwater ingress into the repository, the constituents will migrate out of the disposal facility and enter the biosphere. Next slide, please. The NWMO says they've learned from past mistakes. If this proposed DGR turns out to be a mistake, we and future generations will all bear the consequences. We don't want to be the next mistake that the nuclear industry learns from. The NWMO claims we owe it to future generations, but what's more important, protecting water or burying nuclear waste? Clean air, clean water, and safe food are all essential
A participant has left the meeting.
The proposed DGR puts all of these at risks, and the risks are not limited to the residents of South Bruce. How did they end up with this specific site? Was it chosen because it would cause the least environmental impact, or was it selected because it was where they could acquire land? Next slide, please. The Teeswater River runs through the middle of this South Bruce site. The proposed site borders the Greenock Swamp, which is the single largest forested wetland in southern Ontario. This is a mine, so it threatens the water. there's surface runoff from the repackaging plant, settling ponds, and aggregate pile that could also threaten our river, and the radioactive waste is being stored underground in containers that will fail. This all threatens our water. There is a very real risk that a radioactive leak during this 100,000-year period in which this nuclear waste remains hazardous could lead to contamination of the groundwater and eventually the contamination of the Great Lakes through the Teeswater River. 40 million people rely on the Great Lakes for their drinking water. The nuclear waste also has to be repackaged into containers at this site. There's the possibility of radioactive being released into the air during the process. The NWMO claims it'll be below safe levels. They're also transporting all of Canada's nuclear waste to this site. This means there's going to be loads of radioactive spent fuel traveling through our community and the neighboring communities. Currently, there's approximately 5 shipments per year. Once the DGR became operational, it would be 1 to 2 shipments per day. The NWMO also claims that these levels associated with shipments, the radioactive levels, will be safe. My question is, how many safe levels can you be exposed to before it's not safe anymore? And who wants the stigma attached with having a nuclear dump in their community? The stigma of a nuclear dump will have immediate and cascading impacts on the reputation of our communities. Farmers, agriculture, and businesses will lose customers. Chapman's has raised concerns in a CBC article this past spring. Japan's farmers near Fukushima are still facing hurdles trying to convince consumers to purchase their food even after extensive testing proves it's safe. Next slide, please. Look how quickly agriculture was affected after only 1 cow tested positive for mad cow disease. Purchasers of our products have choices, and the stigma associated with the proximity of a dump may affect those choices. As a lamb producer, we've already had one of our butchers in Toronto tell us they will no longer purchase lamb from our farm if the dump comes. Bruce County already has a low unemployment rate, and changes to the local labor market will mean small businesses will have a harder time finding workers. A study commissioned by the Kincardine Council and completed by the Ivey Business School forecasted a negative economic stigma of $700 million over 30 years if the DGR for radioactive waste had been built in the Kincardine area. And the NWMO, we just don't have confidence in them. They're incorporated as a nonprofit, but they're funded and governed by the nuclear industry. Both the president and just the recent vice president of site selection are former employees of the Ontario Power Generation, and they don't tell the complete story. Sorry about that. The NWMO states the DGR will provide similar conditions as to where uranium is naturally found. This is how they claim that they can keep the radiation from coming to the surface. But when we asked at a CLC meeting what the radioactivity of the natural ore was compared to the used fuel bundles, the answer we received was the natural uranium that they're talking about is like the fuel pellet before it goes into the reactor. So it's much less radioactive, and it's what the repository is after 1 million years. So it's similar conditions, but it's not the same similar radioactive danger. There are no principles that can be used to forecast with confidence what will happen over 100,000 years. Dr. Gordon Edwards of the Canadian Coalition for Nuclear Responsibility states, both waste producers and regulators have a vested interest in abandoning these wastes as they wish to limit their liability, and the regulators want to terminate their oversight. The proposed DGR for South Bruce is not in the public interest. The NWMO proposes there's no risks, yet scientists and geologists around the world are warning the risks are too great. There's concerns about corrosion of copper and the ceramic compounds accelerating corrosion of the metal alloys and more. Rolling Stewardship manages the radioactive waste by maintaining it in a monitored and retrievable state at all times. This allows continual improvements to packaging and environmental protection. The NWMO, in their own reports, admit that dry storage containers have a minimum design life of 50 years, but studies indicate that with ongoing maintenance and inspection, these containers can be stored much longer. Teresa McClellan from the Canadian Environmental Law Association suggests that rolling stewardship is the better option to fortify the temporary storage for a few more decades and wait for new and better technologies. And the building of the DGR does not remove the need for above ground storage at the nuclear plants. Once the rods are removed from the reactor, they must be placed in pools and dry storage for at least 30 years before they're cool enough to move. As long as the nuclear is part of our energy plan, radioactive waste is on the lakeshore. All a DGR does is add transportation risks, place another community at risk, and threaten important aquifers, swamps, and rivers. Thank you for allowing us to share about this project. We understand as councils you're busy and we appreciate your time, and we will continue to share information with you as this process proceeds. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. If you can take the screen down, thank you. Questions from the councilors, or? Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, through you, Reeve. I was just curious, what is their own municipality saying? What's their council saying?
Our
know?
council is very much interested in seeing this project proceed. We're a depressed community. It's economic growth for the community. There's a lot of jobs involved. And so they're very much, they say they haven't made a decision yet, but they're very much involved in helping promote the project with the NWMO.
So to that end, Christopher, maybe we should invite South Bruce to come and have a chat with us. See, maybe we can have Dwayne contact them or whatever company this is and do the other side of it too. Good point. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing anyone. So I want to thank you, Michelle and Bill, for having this presentation. Please come back again. Please keep us updated. We are interested. We want to know and we want to keep abreast of what's going on with this this situation. And stay safe out there.
You too. Thank you very much for giving us some time this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, good night. Okay,
Bye.
clerk's report. Sorry, did I miss somebody?
Michelle?
Okay, no,
Yes.
okay.
Has left the meeting.
Well, I'm still here if you've got a question.
No, I thought I heard somebody say something, but I do not see Bill. I do not see anybody asking.
All right, good night then.
Good night, thank you. 7.1, 7.1.1, the update on the heritage designation process for 104 Patrick Street, East Wingham. Do I have a mover? I have Paul and I have Kevin seconding. Carson, I'm going to hand it over to you and ask the roll call.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I guess just as some context, so council will be familiar with this process as we've recently gone through it with the armories. So as council previously aware, direction was given in November to put out a notice of council's intention to repeal the heritage designation for the 104 Patrick Street East property. That notice of objection period has ended. No objections were received. So as you'll find in the bylaw section, the bylaw to repeal that designation is included in the council package. So the draft motion on the floor would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report of the clerk dated February 1st, 2021 regarding an update on the heritage de-designation process for 104 Patrick Street, East Wingham for information purposes. And further, that there being no notice of objection served on the clerk within 30 days after the date of publication of the notice of intention to repeal heritage designated bylaw 1748-1983 of the town of Wingham, council agrees to pass bylaw number 06-2021, being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 1748-1983 of the town of Wingham and de-designate 104 Patrick Street, East Wingham. So you have a mover and a seconder. So if there's no questions about that, I will read the vote. So not seeing any. So Deputy Reeve Sipe.
Yes.
Councillor Falconer.
Yes.
Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum.
Yes.
Counselor Palmer,
Yes.
Counselor McBurney,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes,
So that motion carries 7-0.
thank you. Finance Department, 7.2.1 is the borrowing bylaw. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. Do I have a seconder? I have Rick is seconding. And again, I'm going to hand it over to you to read the bylaw and call the vote. You're muted, Carson.
Sorry about that. So the motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report from the Director of Finance dated February 1st, 2021 regarding the 2021 borrowing bylaw for information purposes. And further, that Council deems bylaw number 08/2021 to be administrative in nature and approves an exception to section 19.1 of the procedure bylaw to allow this bylaw to be passed at the February 1st, 2021 council meeting. So unless there's any questions for Donna about this report, then I would read the recorded vote here.
I don't see any.
Okay, so Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes,
So that motion carries 7-0.
thank you. 7.2.2, the interim tax bylaw. Again, Carson. Oh, no, can I get a mover? I have Kevin moving. I have Christopher seconding. I'm going to hand it over to you again, Carson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the draft or the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report from the Director of Finance dated February 1st, 2021 regarding the 2021 interim tax levy for information purposes. And further, that Council deems the adoption of bylaw 09/2021 to be administrative in nature and approves an exception to section 19.1 of the procedure bylaw to allow this bylaw to be passed at the February 1st, 2021 council meeting. So again, if there are no questions for Donna, then I will read the recorded vote.
Paul, did you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm not seeing any, Carson.
So Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum? Councillor Van Hittersum, you were just muted there. Mandy, do you want to unmute there?
Oh, I'm okay.
So that was a yes, just to. Okay. Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Don, I don't think you're going to get off so lucky this time. 7.2.3, the 2021-06 2021 budget report. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. I have Anita seconding. Again, I'm going to hand it over to Carson to read it. Then we'll talk to Donna.
So, Your Worship, before I call the vote here, you would want Donna to present her budget presentation to for the benefit of the public. So Mandy will have some slides to pull up, and then Donna will go through that presentation before we call the vote.
I knew that.
Thank you, Councilor Reeve Bailey. So I will begin this presentation of our final 2021 budget. So if I could have the next slide, Mandy, please. So I just wanted to point out as a note that the updated version of the budget, which includes the year-to-date actuals, is included in the bylaw section of the agenda. So to deal with our first slide here, the budget each year is a balancing act, and it is mandated under the Municipal Act. As we know, the municipality can incur debt to pay for large capital acquisitions, but it can't be in a deficit to fund day-to-day operations. So this means that we must identify revenue sources to cover all anticipated expenditures. So next slide, Mandy, please. So understanding municipal taxes, each year council approves the amount of expenditures required to support municipal services, and from that amount is subtracted, other than property taxes, all revenue such as license fee, user fees, grants, etc. And the balance then is the tax levy, which is the amount that's raised on property taxes. The next step then is to calculate the tax rate by dividing the tax levy required by the total property assessment value, and then the tax is calculated by multiplying the assessed value by the tax rate. So next slide, Mandy, please. So due to COVID-19, we also have had many implications, and the province declared a state of emergency last year, March 17, 2020. So the municipality responded to this crisis by closing facilities, staff layoffs, reductions in services and operations. So those effects included increased costs for cleaning, protective equipment, modifications to health and safety. One of our big factors we had to deal with was the loss of revenue due to the closure of facilities, loss of general revenue, and low demand for our services. So staff have incorporated COVID-19 costs as best we know today and the loss of revenue into the 2021 budget, and we will definitely be monitoring the situation to ensure financial sustainability, and therefore we have developed the budget accordingly. And all throughout the year, we're going to have to control the costs as best we can and investigate any possible forms of financial assistance. Next slide, please, Mandy. So what do we spend your money on? I'm not going to go through this slide in detail, but as you know, for a small municipality, the township is quite busy with a number of different departments and offering a number of services and programs that are usually provided by a much larger municipality. So next slide, please. And further to that, we are always asked the question, why are the taxes so high? So as I've just said, we offer such a wide range of facilities, usually provided by a much larger municipality. We have low overall taxable assessment, in fact, the lowest in the county. We have faced low average assessment on older homes, and we have a low population base, and our long geographic area, which is a long, narrow strip, attributes to our higher cost by providing duplicate services in our several wards. However, we are seeing the light with some of the recent developments. We are starting to see some changes in our assessment, which we hope will continue to grow. So one of the things that we do throughout the year is we monitor the property sales. Sometimes we, in the past, used to hear that you couldn't sell property in North Huron. Well, you certainly can now, and property is selling at a great rate. And just to show you the comparison, the properties continue to sell, and the prices of those properties also are continuing to increase. So next slide, please. So in the 2021 budget, the highlights, our overall spending increase was $213,000, $213,084.44, which was a 3.4% spending increase in dollars. Our total expenses was $16,981,000. Of that, $2.4 million was capital, and the remaining $4.5 million was operating. We also had $10.2 million in revenue. So this year, I explained how we get to the tax levy. So our tax levy is $6,360,000 from taxation, $4,718,000 from the base rate, $1.6 million raised from area rating, $6,525 from the flat rate street light, and water and sewer services have no effect on the tax rate as they are fully funded by user fees. Thank you. Next slide. So how did we get to a $213,000 spending increase? So the water and sewer throws this slide off a little bit. As you know, we have some large projects in, especially in sewer and Blythe this year. So that kind of, because water and sewer balance themselves, it's showing in the environmental section rather than in the capital section. But the biggest note then I wanted to quickly make here is we've seen quite a change in the recreation and culture area. And again, a lot of that is related to COVID. So that is the spending changes by department, which mirrors our FIR for how the increase came about for 2021. The next slide, please. So the next slide talks about special area rates. In Wingham, we have special area rating of $1,282,000, and that's for the Wingham Police and street lighting. Blythe has OPP policing, not under contract, and the street lighting, and East Wawanosh has the OPP policing, and the BIAs also, their levies require council approval, and those two budgets will be brought forward to council in the near future. Next slide. So the next slide is our budget summary, and I realize that it's hard to read. It's for reporting purposes, and we follow the FIR formula. And so throughout the year, this budget summary is what we use to give our year-to-date numbers to council. So it's like a consolidated snapshot where we can easily see throughout the year where we have some variances in our budget. Next slide, please. So when we talk about operating and capital, I explained to you that what our capital and operating budget was for 2021. And as we've said, operating is your day-to-day expenses, salaries, wages, utilities, and such. And capital covers your assets such as roads, bridges, water, and assets of a much longer term. So we'll talk about the 2021 items that are in our capital budget, and we consider this an investment in capital assets. So for Carling Terrace, we're going to finish that up this year with a top coat of just over $96,000. We're going to resurface both Wellington Street in Blythe and Owen Street in Belgrave, and those costs are $50,000 and $60,000. We're going to put the top sealer on Moncrief Road at a $45,000 cost. We're going to do some work on the SCADA system at the well in Wingham for $75,000. We'll undertake an inspection for well 1 and 2 in Blythe at $38,000. We're continuing our standpipe design work for $75,000 in Wingham. And I spoke briefly of the big dechlorination project at the Blythe sewage treatment plant at $400,000. The roof replacement at the Blythe Arena for $85,000. We are looking into an accessibility ramp for the Wingham Town Hall at $160,000. New siding and doors for the daycare building at $36,200. And on the next slide, we have the Wingham Fire Hall and the Wingham Public Works, an accessible washroom renovation. The total of that project is $100,000, and we've been able to secure a resilience grant for COVID renovations to offset that cost. For the Westcast complex, it's what it's called an ICIP project. There's a number of various components, one of them being the Dectron. And so this is phase 1. It's a 3-year project at $352,580. We're looking at continually enhancing our security systems at our various buildings for $15,000. Purchasing a tandem truck for Blythe at $300,000 and a zero-turn mower to be used in the parks and cemeteries at $20,000. In 2020, there was some projects we weren't able to complete, mostly due to COVID delays, and so we still have to do some repair at the town hall, the windowsills, and some exterior work for repairs and painting. We are planning to finish the public works salt and sand shed at Blythe and relocate the fire equipment, and that project is underway with the footings, etc. poured. There's some budget money for the house and dam site security, and an RFP was issued earlier this year. So that work, I believe some of that work is actually starting next week. And in 2020, again, due to the delays with COVID, we had a 1-ton truck and a pickup truck was ordered in lots of time, and we expected delivery, but delivery did not take place. So we already have the money in reserves, and that'll be pushed forward to 2021. And we have to finish up some electrical upgrades at the Wingham Public Works building in for Wingham at $38,000. Also listed in part of the budget, which is not included in capital, is the purchase of a $600,000 fire truck. And because our fire budget is shared with our partners, that fire truck shows in that section of fire rather than in capital. So if I could have the next slide, please. So in order to look at the impact by ward, we look at a sample home assessed at $205,000. And there was no reassessment taking place this year. However, if there was building construction underway, we did receive increased assessment for those properties. So in comparison to 2020, the property in Wingham will go up by $23.66. The property, this same property, if it were in Blythe, would go up $47.70. And if it were in East Wawanosh, it would go up $71.06. So just to explain that to you a little bit more, we have the base rate and the area rate. So everybody pays the same for the base rate. So our base rate is actually going up $280,000, but our area rate is coming down $66,000, and that's how we get to a $213,000 increase. So a house assessed at $205,000, it doesn't matter which ward it's in, would pay $1,913 this year. But in Wingham, they had the advantage of reduced OPP costs, and so their area rating is actually coming down by $57.84. So if you take the $81.51 increase that each property would pay minus the reduced area rating, that is why the Wingham property is only going up $23.66. For Blythe, the difference there is their area rating costs also decrease, but not to the extent of Blythe's, not to the extent of Wingham. And so that's why they are seeing a $47 increase. And for East Wawanosh, they are seeing a very small reduction in their policing costs. And so they're getting a credit of $10 off of the $81. And so then that is why the East Wawanosh increase is $71.07. So again, the base rate increase is $280,000 and the area rate is a decrease of $66,000, and that's how we get down to an overall spending increase of $213,000. So if we could move on to the next slide, please. I just want to discuss quickly some other important items that were included in the budget. So council is very supportive, which staff very much appreciate their dedication to asset management. And both staff and council have asset management as a priority. And this year, we have added an additional $50,000. Now at this point throughout the year, that $50,000 could be allocated to a particular asset. But at this moment, we have asset management levy of $177,826. We have our final contribution to the Memorial Hall renovation project that was taking place several years ago. So we have our final $60,000 payment to that. We're excited that we have a rec master plan underway at $50,000. That project we've been trying to get off the ground for a few years. So the RFP has been awarded and the work is beginning. So it will certainly be an interesting process. Another interesting process has been the new website, and it will be up and running in 2021. So stay tuned for some improved ways to engage the public and to offer some new services that way. We're implementing a new human resources policy manual in 2021. Work began in 2020. We are continuing records management. As you all know, we have many old records, and so we started last year, delayed because of COVID, but we are continuing this project to manage our old records and keep them in a safe digital method so that we can have them for many years. The economic development aspects of North Huron have been very busy. We have Hutton Heights continuing underway. Council asked that the former Blythe Public Works buildings be investigated to see what the future of those buildings can hold, the demolition of the Armories building, and the redevelopment of the Wingham Trailer Park. I also throw in for information purposes that the total wages and benefits for the whole municipality is $5,174,000, and that includes council honorarium and our volunteer firemen. So that equals about 30.48% of the whole budget. And I also monitor closely our total hydro cost for the municipality, which will fluctuate this year somewhat. So that's $651,000. So next slide, please. So the municipality, we're doing very well with our debt obligations. We still have some money owing on our RINC grant, and that will be paid out in 2022. We have a grader that will be paid out in 2026, probably just in time to get another new one. We're continuing to pay out the fire payouts when the boards were dissolved in 2009. 2021 is the last year to pay on a loan we had for some road projects. So our total debt payments in 2021 is a total of $146,568, broken down between principal of $125,723 and interest of $20,845. So our total debt owing to outside sources is $538,741. Now we do have some internal debt which we are able to manage and take advantage of some specific projects that we expect to pay off in a very short term, and so it doesn't make sense to put them out to a long-term borrowing method. So to move on to the next slide, what's ahead? We have a very busy year ahead of us in 2021. We're trying to make up for lost time a bit with some of the delays we've had with COVID. And so I think that as we met with council, I think this is a good budget. It's a bare bones budget, and we focused on things that we feel will advance the communities and North Huron and set us up for situation and sustainability in the future. So council, if you have any questions for me, I went through that very quickly in the essence of time. So if you do have any questions, please ask them now and I will try to answer them for you.
You're muted,
Steve, you're muted.
What this machine just told me to unmute before you guys did. Wow. Go ahead, Christopher.
Yeah, through you, Rave, to Donna. I was just curious because our last budget meeting, it was mentioned that wages seem to be about $1 million less. Was that money gobbled up somewhere?
So for last year, the wages were less, but we didn't, as you know, we didn't hire as many staff members for seasonal and such. And so we were able to transfer a lot of money. Last meeting at the budget meeting, we transferred a lot of unspent money into reserves. And so unspent wages would be some of that.
Thank you, Donna. Anyone else have a question for Donna? I am not seeing anyone. So again, I'm going to hand it over to Carson then. I believe it's voting time.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the 2021 budget report from the Director of Finance dated February 1st, 2021 for information purposes, and further that the Council of the Township of North Huron adopts the 2021 budget as presented, and further that Council deems the adoption of bylaw number 11, 2021 being a bylaw to adopt the Township of North Huron 2021 budget to be a time-sensitive matter and approves an exception to section 19.1 of the procedure bylaw to allow bylaw number 11, 2021 to be passed at the February 1st, 2021 regular council meeting. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Carson. We're going to go to Recreation and Community Services now, and we're going to have Vicky speak to 7.3.1 impact of COVID-19 on leasing arrangements.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. I'm not going to turn my screen on because I've been having some issues tonight as well, so hopefully I won't cut in and out during this presentation. So before you this evening is a follow-up report to report RC 2021-01, which was presented to council on January 21st regarding a request from the Wingham Columbus Center for flexibility in payment terms for the lease of the Wingham Columbus Center. During the presentation, there was, as you know, there were questions that arose regarding the terms of the lease agreement, the number of requests received for support, and all of which required some clarification for council to move forward. In the report this evening, I've tried to answer the questions and have compiled a variety of information for council to review and use for their in the decision-making process. The information attached to the report included a copy of the lease agreement for the Columbus Center. We also prepared a summary of the facility lease agreements with the other nonprofit organizations that use municipal facilities. The requests received from the Columbus Center, as well as both requests from the Blythe Festival and a new request that has come forward from the Blythe United Church. As council is aware, the Township of North Huron leases 4 of its municipally owned facilities to nonprofit organizations in North Huron. Those facilities are the Belgrave Community Center, which is leased by the Belgrave Community Center organization. The Blythe Arena Concession Booth is leased by the Blythe United Church. Blythe Memorial Hall is leased by the Blythe Festival / Center for the Arts. And then there's the Wingham Columbus Center, which is leased by the Wingham Columbus Center organization. At the last meeting, there was discussion about very broad in terms of, you know, how we need to treat our groups the same. And going forward and looking at these groups, we have to realize that they are not like sports organizations, service clubs, or other groups in the community that come in and use our facilities for a season or a one-time rental, or maybe not even at all. These 4 groups are different because they have a different relationship with municipality. They are tenants, and in some cases, some people might even view them as our partners because of the programs and services that they provide. As tenants, they do have exclusive use of municipally owned facilities. This is governed through lease agreements that are approved by council. The terms of the lease agreements do vary by location and by group. Again, as mentioned, there is a summary attached to this report that outlines the lease agreement terms. You will find that some groups pay a rental fee where others do not. Some receive operating grants from the township, others do not. There really is no consistency. In terms of the consistency, I guess they're nonprofit organizations that use the facilities. They each have a different mandate to provide a service to the public, whether it be to operate a recreational facility, provide arts and cultural experiences, raise funds to support community initiatives, or provide food to those who are in need. Of the 4 municipal tenants, 3 have asked for assistance. The Blythe Festival Center for the Arts, the Blythe United Church, and the Wingham Columbus Center. The request received all indicated that it was due to COVID-19 and the closures of the facilities and restrictions that were put in place to stop the spread of the virus. The first request received was from the Blythe Festival early on. It was in April of 2020. The request was more of a generic letter that was sent out to all the festival supporters, asking for support. As we all know, the Blythe Festival did have to cancel their season, again, and that was due to COVID-19. The first letter was discussed at council. It was part of the agenda package and discussed at council on April the 20th. And council directed staff to reach out to the Blythe Festival to gather more information and to discuss their specific needs. In response, the Blythe Festival submitted a second letter. The letter requested council's permission to reallocate township's annual marketing and hosting of municipal night funds toward their 2020 operational costs. The Blythe Festival receives $15,000 from the municipality on an annual basis. It should be noted, though, that this is not part of their lease agreement. I believe it's under community development or economic development that does support the Blythe Festival. In their letter, the festival explained that due to the provincial restrictions imposed to control the spread of COVID-19, the festival was not able to generate the necessary revenue to cover all their expenses. And then it also outlined all the steps that they had taken to mitigate the costs. The request from the festival was approved by council. Then on January the 11th, 2021, staff presented a report to council regarding a letter received from the Wingham Columbus Center. The Wingham Columbus Center explained due to restrictions put in place by the provincial government, the Columbus Center was not able to operate in 2020 and was closed for several months. When they were able to open, the province restricted their gathering and capacity limits to 10 people in the building. For a short period of time, the indoor gathering limits were increased to 50, but soon were reduced to a maximum of 10 people again to help curb the spread of the COVID-19 virus. Although the Wingham Columbus Center was able to pay their first installment in June 2020, they were not able to generate the revenue needed to make the second installment in December 2020. As indicated on the attached in the attached summary, the Columbus Center pays $19,000 annually towards utilities and an additional $10,000 annually toward the deficit of the overall North Huron West Cass complex. So their second installment, and I should point out those numbers, in addition to those numbers is tax. So there's HST on that. The balance that is outstanding for 2020 is approximately $17,000. When we did talk to the when I did talk to the Wingham Columbus Center before preparing the previous report, they did provide information to me with respect to the steps they had taken to mitigate the costs, which were similar to those undertaken by the Blythe Festival in May. The Wingham Columbus Center had requested council work with them in terms of a payment plan, or it was just really work with them in terms of the agreement, the lease agreement, and the outstanding balance. Then after a discussion at the last meeting, council deferred their decision until, again, this further information could be provided. On January 20th, staff received a letter from the Blythe United Church regarding their lease of the concession booth at the Blythe District Community Center. The letter indicated that due to facility closures and restrictions put in place to stop the spread of COVID-19, the Blythe United Church was not able to open and operate the concession booth, and therefore are only able to pay a third of the lease. They have requested the lease agreement be adjusted to reflect the loss of opportunity to generate the revenue, because they did not have the ability to even open the booth at points of time during the past year. Although they were not able to operate in 2020, staff do not anticipate receiving a request for support from the township's fourth tenant, which would be the Belgrave Community Center. The Belgrave Community Center receives an annual grant from the township in the amount of $41,685 for operational costs, and an additional $12,187 for capital costs. In 2020, they did receive the full amount budgeted for grants and for the year. As council is aware, in the fall of 2020, Township North Huron received funding from the provincial government in the amount of $138,500 to help municipalities with additional expenses and revenue loss incurred as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. As previously reported, there is $23,098 remaining of that funding. At this time, it is unknown if the province will be providing any additional funding to municipalities to help with the COVID-19 expenses. However, it is important to note that the township was not able to apply for additional funds in 2020 because we had not used the full amount that we had received. As a requirement for the funding, the township will be preparing a report to submit to the province before their fiscal year end, which is March 31st. The treasurer may be able to, or the director of finance may be able to answer this question, but I don't know if we'll have to return the unspent funds. I wanted to point out that neither the Blythe United Church nor the Wing of Columbus Center have asked for financial assistance. They just indicated that they're unable to meet the financial obligations of the lease agreement due to the COVID-19 closures and restrictions. And again, to be clear, those restrictions and closures that were put in place by the province, and it prevented them from opening. What they've asked for is they've requested the township to basically provide them with assistance in meeting their terms of the lease agreements. The inability to meet the financial terms of the agreement has really resulted in a financial loss for the municipality. It's similar to, we don't have the rentals as well. So we've suffered a financial loss there. So at this point, staff are seeking council's direction with respect to how to best move forward. In the report, staff have identified 4 options for council to consider. One was to defer the balance owing on the 2020 leases until after the COVID-19 pandemic has ended. Another option would be to establish a payment plan for 2021 and/or 2022, which allows the groups to pay the balance of their 2020 lease over a year or two. Third option is to amend the terms of the lease agreements to reflect a 2020 loss and allocate a portion of the remaining funding from the province towards revenue losses incurred from the township. And that's not, just want to clarify, that's not transferring money or issuing a check to the groups. It's just that we would allocate that internally from one account to the other to cover those losses. The last option would be to absorb the 2020 revenue loss by allocating all or some of the projected 2020 surplus towards the loss. But as of the date of this report, the amount of the surplus is unknown. as we're still processing our invoices and bills and payments and things for 2020. Although options 1 and 2 allow for the township to recoup the loss of revenue from tenants, staff are concerned that these options will only make a bad situation worse. Based on provincial projections, it appears the COVID-19 pandemic is going to continue for some time. Although the province is planning to have the vaccinations available to all Ontarians by September 2021, the vaccination is not mandatory, and therefore we may still be dealing with COVID-19 into 2022. Based on these projections, staff anticipate the province will continue to impose gathering limits and capacity restrictions on the facilities throughout 2021. If this were to occur, the tenants may not be able to generate the revenue required to pay the lease of facilities in 2021, not to mention repay 2020. Although the township has capacity to absorb the 2020 revenue loss, the projected 2020 surplus, staff do not favor this option. Staff are of the opinion that the best option would be to use the provincial funding for the purpose it was given, and that was to assist the township with the COVID-related expenses and loss of revenue. Thank you.
Vicky?
Yes, sorry, Your Worship.
No, that's okay. I just wasn't sure if I lost you there or not. Okay, thank you.
No, I'm
very
here.
First question has to be asked, should be asked to Donna. We need to know, do we have to give the 24,000 back, Donna? Or do we have it in our bank?
No, you don't give the money back. It's the intent of it was that if you didn't use it all, then you were supposed to put it into reserves. So we won't have to return that money.
Second question would be, do you think we'll be able to apply for and get more for 2021?
There's no grant to deal with anything like that at this moment. I can take this opportunity to correct what I said. I had said that we will apply for whatever grants come up, and the grants, we applied for the grants for those washrooms, and I think I had said in my presentation that we actually got those. So no, we will apply for whatever grants become available, but at this point there isn't anything else out there that we can apply for other than that washroom grant.
Thank you very much, Donna. Okay, let's open it up to council. Let's have a conversation, folks. Who would like to start? Don't all jump in at once. So go ahead, Deputy Reeve Sight.
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I think ultimately I would like to see us work with those community groups as it relates to how their funding is relating to. So those community groups know what their funding problems are, what their deferrals have to be, what they need to be. I am fine with having setting up a payment plan or deferring it until such time as the COVID-19 pandemic subsides, when they can reopen. But again, my question would be that I would not amend the lease agreement. I would have an appendix added to it that indicates, here's my payment plan, or here's what they've agreed to, so that they can understand that we know and they know, and the taxpayers of North Huron know that we're doing this to help and support local community groups in order to get through this COVID-19 pandemic and go back to whatever normalcy is going to be.
Thank you. Kevin, did you want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Reeve. Just curious to on the lease agreement, what the legal name of the leasers? What's the legal name of the people that are leasing the building?
The legal name on the lease agreement is the Columbus Center.
Not on the forms that you put through. I'm just curious.
It should say that it's with the Wingham Columbus. It should say that Columbus Center. The agreement is with the Wing Columbus Center, but it will state in there that it is from here on out known as the Knights of Columbus, or referred to as the Knights, I think is what it says.
Well, it says the Knights of Columbus, and that was the leaser of the building. So that you were saying that they weren't involved with it last week. The only thing I have to say about it is at this point I don't see using taxpayer dollars for kind or reimbursement for anyone that not meeting a lease agreement. It's totally different for us giving benefit or kind to an organization that requested it for their organization. That has nothing to do with North Huron, but it's in our municipality. This is a direct lease agreement with the municipality of North Huron. It's strictly a legal document. I don't see changing that document for any reason. And my second point is I find with the people that are leasing the organization leasing the building has many other avenues of income and reimbursement. So that many of the other people that might be asking us for help don't have those streams. So I'm against giving any taxpayer funds, but I do agree with deferring it for a short time or trying to find some kind of a payment so that they can fulfill their lease agreement. But I don't see just giving a direct money from the municipality to one organization over another. Thank you.
Okay, that's Kevin and Trevor. Who'd like to go next? Go ahead, Vic. Vicki, go ahead.
Sure. And through you, Your Worship, I just want to clarify, this is not giving money, taxpayers' money, we're not issuing a check. That's not what this is and things. It's we've been notified that they cannot make their payments. And then what it is it's an internal allocation to cover off on our loss of revenue.
Thank you.
Follow-up question.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Go ahead. This would be to, I guess, either possibly Carson or on this. As far as council goes, with council having, or with the municipality having a senior staff and a council member attending the meetings of the Columbus Centers, does that not fall under a committee of council?
I believe that Councillor Palmer is the council appointed member, right? So it's not a committee of council. We have a number of situations like that, right? So Councillor Van Henderson is our council representative for the Mainland Valley Conservation Authority. Councillor McBurney is our council representative for CHIP. It would be a similar arrangement as similar as those. Is the word I'm looking for. My apologies.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Rick McBurney. He's got his hand up. You're muted, Rick. You're muted, Rick.
Through you, Reed Bailey, I believe we should work with this group and use the money that we got from COVID, because what we're doing with that actually is paying ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very kindly. I'm going to go to Kevin first and then over to Chris.
Just to rebuttal that, then I think we should be filling that request from anyone that wants to, with a nonprofit organization in North Huron, since we're setting a precedent, that we do it for everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to still throw it back over to Rick and then to you, Chris.
Again, through you, Reed Bailey, in regards to other ones, they're not on the docket right now. We're dealing with the ones that are dealing with us right now during COVID times.
That's correct. We have a request from the United Church
Because they're with us. They got the food booth.
But they've asked for assistance.
Yeah.
And they'll get it.
So we're giving it to them?
So we're talking,
And
gentlemen,
we'll give it to everyone that wants.
gentlemen, one at a time, but they are on the docket to be taken care of too, right today. The United Church is here. I've seen it here. Blythe United Church.
So Reeve Bailey, just to provide some clarity, so what the Director of Recreation had outlined is because we hold lease agreements with 4 different tenants, staff are looking to develop established approach to use consistently across the board. And in that report, the Director of Recreation has outlined 4 options, and what staff are seeking direction on is which one of those 4 options council would like to use as the approach to be applied across the board for any tenants that we hold agreements with, whether that be the Blythe United Church for the concession booth or the Wingham Columbus Center. So I guess there's the 4 options there. I mean, if council had a 5th option, by all means, that could come forward as well, but staff are seeking direction on which option is preferred. So they won't be handled separately. I guess they could be handled separately, but the intention was that consistent approach across the board.
Thank you very kindly, Chris. I do appreciate your patience. It's your turn.
Yeah, no worries, Reeve. I agree with Rick. I think we should go with number 3 and utilize some of our provincial grant money and take care of the deficit of the Columbus Center and of the United Church. I like that idea. They're tenants. They're separate from other groups out there. And, we could be asking ourselves if the Blythe Festival paid a lease amount, of which they do not, but if they had a big lease,
No, they don't.
they'd be coming. No, I know they don't, but if they did, they would probably be coming to us wanting help too. So, then we'd be faced with how do we deal with that? So that is not the case, fortunately. We just have the 2 on the docket here.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I'd just like to point out that I appreciate if just one person talks at a time. This old fella can only do so much. Kevin, you're next, and then over to Deputy Reeve Site.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I'm starting to kind of get the idea this is a personal vendetta against one organization that I might like to go to every once in a while and watch a play. But I just want to ask: are we disavowing any non-for-profit organizations that, on the basis that they don't lease from us, and we're only going to help the ones that lease from us? I think we're setting a precedent here, and we can go back for whose sandbox is better than somebody else's sandbox and who wants to play and where's. But if we're going to start giving out money, taxpayers' money, we better open up the field and let everybody that's in this exact same. If you want to call them nonprofits, they're nonprofits. Let's treat them all the same. Right now, I don't see. If I got another burn my bonnet, well, Chris got an hour to talk this afternoon on what displeased him. So I got time left over.
It's all good. But first of all, Vicki, I'm just going to go to Deputy Reeve Sipes. He's been patiently waiting.
Nothing did we have, nobody ever say that we couldn't use provincial money and still put in a payment plan that they could still have to pay the money back. There's nobody said that they're just writing this off and saying, thank you very much for being a tenant, and opening this up. Nobody said that. All we're hoping is to support the group in a way that can meet their obligations, because they have other obligations other than us. That what I'm hearing is they may not get the same flexibility from their other commitments that they're getting from the municipality. That's a benefit of having the municipality as your tenant. It could be a positive, it could be a negative. arguably says is that these are groups that can provide a service to the municipality. They don't provide it to us. They provide it to the community. And God help me, I want to be in the position where I'm sitting here talking to a bunch of people that want to help the community. Regardless of who is ownership or who's this or who's that, are we here to survive in this pandemic together? Because if we're not, then let's call a spade and say we're going to stick beside ourselves and that's it. Or are we going to stick beside the people who have been long-term supporters and partners with us and help us when we needed help? And then let's move on to this pandemic. We can talk about all the way we want that are we in this together or are we in this together? Let's move on and get through this pandemic as opposed to making adversaries amongst us all. So that's my comment, Reeve, and I hope we can move forward.
Thank you. I want to hear from Anita or Paul next. I want to hear, okay, Paul, go ahead. You're muted. Thank you.
You, Reeve. I support number 2 option, but I didn't realize that maybe we could turn number 3 into that and then pull back. Like if that could be worked in together, I'm fine with that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita?
Yes, I agree with using the presentations forward. It's an internal process, what we're doing. If they can give us some money back, that would be great. If we spend this grant that we're getting for COVID, I think it's a good way to spend it, and we open ourselves up for eventually getting more money from them, from the government for this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vicki, because I got a question for you too.
Oh, well, go ahead, Your Worship.
So Vicki, have we talked to these 4 groups? We know there's another one on the docket, the food people, the food bank, but have you talked to each individual, the Belgrave Community Center, the Blythe Memorial Hall, the Blythe Concession, and the Wingham Knights Club?
Through Your Worship, Your Worship, through some way, some form or another. Rachel's on the phone on at the meeting tonight, and as per council's direction back in May, or actually April, when they were seeking assistance, council had me directly talk to them, and that's what generated the second request to council, which was more specific about their needs. In terms of the Wingham Columbus Center, yes, I've spoken with them. In terms of the Blythe United Church, yes. But the Belgrave Community Center, no, we haven't spoken with them. I'm not anticipating, as indicated in the report, I'm not anticipating a request from them, because although they were closed, we provide them with an operating grant of $40-some thousand a year. So see, even though they were closed, they had the township's operating grant to pay their expenses. Okay. That's the difference, right? So. I would like to make it clear. I feel like there's some thought here that there's money being handed out by the township. That's not what we're talking about here. There is no money leaving the township at all. At all. It's just they've come forward and said they can't meet their lease obligations. So there's a revenue shortfall for the township. And all I was asking was that the provincial funding that was given to us to cover off on our loss of revenue and our COVID expenses, internally, a portion of that money be allocated internally over to the rec department to cover off on that lost revenue. It's not a check leaving to give any money to anyone. It's not actually a transaction of any form. I don't know if Donna can provide any more, maybe explain it better, but it's not actually leaving the township.
Yeah, it's been a very long night, and I know we're all getting a little tired, but I'm just gonna throw something out there. So the Belgrave Community Center, basically, you're telling me they're okay. We're gonna call them and make sure they understand. Then we're gonna look at the Blythe Memorial Hall. The $15,000, have we okayed it for this year so that they can have it? Okay, so they're getting $15,000 right there. the Blythe United now, church, now they're looking at a loss of $2,000. They've asked for the $2,000 to be, just so I'm clear.
Through you, your worship, they pay $2,000. Their lease is for $2,000 a year to lease the booth. They have indicated they can pay $666 of that. So that's a revenue loss for the municipality of $1,334.
Okay, so we could throw out of the $24,000, $1,400 there. Now, the one that's driving everybody crazy, very clearly, the Knights of Columbus are not asking to forgive anything. They're just simply asking to postpone it. When you say postpone it, we could do one or two things. We could say, if we're up and going next year, pay it all back. Might be a little difficult. We could say we could add it to whatever terms we have down the road, but they're not asking us for something for nothing, right?
To your worship, both groups are just asking that the township work with them, basically.
Yes.
They have lease terms and they cannot make those lease terms.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so we have $24,000 we may as well use up, because if we don't, from what I heard from my staff, is that we can't apply for more or we'll be turned down because we didn't use the $24,000. So we're looking at the Blythe United Church right now is asking us for $1,400. We're looking at the Knights of Columbus are asking us for our staff to make some kind of deal with them. They didn't ask for anything for nothing. We could give the $15,000 back to again to the Blythe Memorial, which would be great help to them, and we've done it before. And the Belgrave Community Center, as she said, they don't really need anything. So we have a pot of $24,000. But to Kevin's point, other people may come along. So why wouldn't we say, talk to the Knights of Columbus, let's see if we can defer their payments or whatever they want. I don't care if you add it to the end of whatever, but it's not a giveaway. Let's just give the $1,400 to the United Church. It's $1,400. Let's give the $15,000 we normally would to the Blythe Peak, the $15,000. And then the Belgrave doesn't need us. Guess what, guys? That leaves us about $22,000 moving forward. And we can maybe help out the food fund, or these people might come back to us at another time. But we should be putting that somewhere, somehow, using it up. And if you use it against the 34,000, and I'm just using that figure, Kevin, I have no idea. Make sure you make it look like it was using up. So when we go to the Ontario government, we get another big pot full of money. Throw some thoughts back at me in that idea. Anybody game for that, or go ahead, Kev?
It's just as long as it applies to everyone.
Exactly.
I don't see, I haven't heard anybody reaching out to Apex Helicopters that leases a property out at the airport, or other people that have dealings with North Europe. You can't make a president just to do this person without doing everybody. And I don't agree with only divvying it out to certain people.
Yeah. So, and again, we're going to go back to the 24,000. So we gotta, Donna, we gotta create a little activity here, and we need to put it somewhere, and we're going to use it for COVID related things. Is everybody good with that? Yeah, go ahead, Trevor.
Reeve Bailey, I'm going to move this along, and I'm going to make a motion to utilize the provincial funding that we were received in order to cover the lease costs, revenue generating losses from these organizations as part of this support for COVID-19 support. But I'm also indicating that we are going to acknowledge it, and these community groups are going to reimburse the municipality once COVID-19 is relieved. So it is we're taking the revenue today. We'll deal with that shortfall today with the provincial money. But when you're back operating, the lease agreement will subside, and you will be required to make those payments based on a requirement payment plan that you've developed with the municipal staff. That's my question. Hopefully, Carson, you got what the gist of it was.
Yep. So the draft motion that Deputy Reeve Sipe has put forward reads as follows. that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Services dated February 1st, 2021 regarding requests for exemptions to lease agreements for information purposes. And further, that the Council of the Township of North Huron directs staff to proceed with option number 3 as outlined in the Director of Recreation and Community Services report RC 2021-02. And further, that a repayment plan for these funds be established as set out in option 2 in the Director of Recreation and Community Services report RC 2020-02. So you have a mover for that motion, but no seconder.
Paul seconding it. Further conversation? We have a mover and a seconder. Is there any further conversation? Go ahead, Chris.
I could accept that. It's going to be a little hard perhaps, but it would have to be left up to the organization to figure out what's best for them or how they would do it. I know that figuring out a plan, a deferral plan wasn't going to go very well, like payments, because they had no idea what's ahead for them. None of us would take on a loan if we didn't know what our income was going to be. So if we can leave it up to them, they'll be on their honor, even the church people, they're honorable people, and let's go from there.
So just so I have a good understanding of this, Trevor, so the $24,000, everybody, it's still sitting out there. So we're going to agree, we're going to use that against the loss. Is that my understanding, Trevor?
Yes, you're going to use provincial money. You're going to use the provincial money that we received to offset the lost revenue that our revenue is going to be maintained with that money from the province.
Okay.
And that money, those provincial monies that are in essence being used will in essence be refunded by the groups when they are open after COVID-19 and they have a full establishment of operations back. And again, when it's a decision between the staff and the groups to determine what that plan is. It's going to be based on when COVID goes away, but I'm flexible as long as it's discussed.
Great. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Not seeing any. I'm going to hand it over to Carson to read the motion and call the vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report prepared by the Director of Recreation and Community Services dated February 1st, 2021 regarding requests for exemptions to lease agreements for information purposes. And further, that the Council of the Township of North Huron directs staff to proceed with option 3 as outlined in the Director of Recreation and Community Services report RC 2021-02. And further, that a repayment plan for these funds be established as set out in option 2 in the Director of Recreation and Community Services report RC 2021-02. So this will be a recorded vote. So Deputy Reeve Sight.
Absolutely.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Jamie now. Public Works and Facilities. 7.4.1 is the solid waste management. I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder, and Jamie's going to talk to that. Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving. I have Anita seconding. Jamie, it's your turn.
Hi, good evening, guys. During a review of the landfill operations, it was discovered that a bylaw or policy regarding waste has not been adopted by council. So the following report has been prepared to provide council with information on the proposed solid waste management policy. It is actions that are suggested to be implemented at the landfill site located at 39601 Reed Road. There are many municipalities that have a waste management policy that outlines compliance responsibilities and how investigations related to waste accumulation upon any premises are processed. Policies are created, adopted, and enforced to maintain standards for health and well-being of staff, residents, and beautification to our community. Sorry, I'm just reading over here on my screen, so I keep looking away. Staff recommend that various existing practices or requirements be captured in the document, and some new practices or requirements be introduced that would assist staff with compliance, investigation, enforcement, and allow penalties as outlined in the draft policy to be applied. There are many current practices that were documented within the new bylaw that are already occurring. So some of those are packaging for municipal collections. So that's your clear garbage bags and your blue boxes, that type of actions. So those are already existing, and all I put together was a more formal and concise bylaw indicating all of those pieces within it. There are some new areas where staff is recommending some new requirements under the section municipal solid waste management facility in the draft policy be added. So these will also be added to the signage at the landfill site. I have listed below those two sections that would be different in operations than what's currently happening out there. So number 39, no one may enter and dispose any waste of recyclable material without providing a legal government-issued identification card proving residency within Township of North Huron boundaries. Section 40 says any waste hauler and/or contractor working on behalf of the Township of North Huron property owner must show proof of work to gain access to the landfill solid waste facility. It is important to note that the draft policy defines illegal dumping and outlines the consequences with respect to enforcement and penalties. The draft policy also addresses administrative enforcement for those individuals caught conducting inappropriate disposal and dumping actions. Also, when the blue box recycling gets transferred to end producer responsibility in the years 2023, 2024, or 2025, depending on when council decides that that's going to occur, we will be able to update this bylaw and have those measures in place where further materials cannot enter our landfill facility, causing it to have blue box or any other type of diversion materials brought in. So I'll stop there and see if you guys have any questions for me.
I'm going to start off with the question that I've already asked. So when you make the change in this bylaw, if there is another municipality delivering waste to our facility that they've picked up from households, so you have a company that's picked up, let's just use Teeswater as an example, just as an example. So they pick up all the garbage in Teeswater, and then they come over, and for a weight fee, they simply put it in our garbage place. So then we have 80 years right now, according to when that went through this when I was on council before, 80 years worth of volume that we can use in our garbage disposal based on our usage. But all of a sudden we've got Teeswater or Kincardine or somebody, their truck for some unknown reason doesn't go to their dump and fill it up, but they come to ours. Our taxpayers are getting beat up because sooner or later our dump's fuller in half the time. Does that cover this off? They can, because we have to pay for the dump forever, like Blythe and East Wawanosh. It's a big expense, and a really big expense if you've got a dump that's gone bad. So I won't babble on. Let me know, Jamie.
So to answer your question, Reeve Bailey, this bylaw would make it so that if there's a waste hauler that is bringing material from outside the municipality, we would turn them away. If they were to dump their material anyways, then that's when we can implement penalties to them for bringing in waste that is not from North Huron. Our ECA states that we are only to accept solid waste from the Township of North Huron residents, and that is all.
we couldn't even make a contract with another community then to say you can bring your, oh, I didn't realize that.
Unless you want to open up the ECA, which leads into a wide array of issues, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm going to send it over to Kevin now.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Bernie. Jamie, so then for me to understand this correctly, then we have no cross-border usage into our dumps, like the garbage that collected in through Lower Town goes to Morris Turnberry's, picked up by a different company and or at a different time, and there's no cross-border there, is there?
Through Reeve to Councillor Faulkner, no. If Morris Turnberry residents are getting waste picked up, they cannot, that hauler is not to be bringing their waste to the township landfill site. They would have a contract to dispose of that at a different waste site that probably the hauler has.
Thank you.
Yep. Deputy Reeve Sipes.
Most other municipalities that surround us use the large bins. So they're using the large bins, so they get dumped at a different time, and their waste management doesn't offer that, at least that I'm aware of, doesn't offer that service at this point. My position, or I like the bylaw. I think it's probably it's probably been an unwritten rule for quite some time, even 39 and 40, because I know that there has been lots of questions, at least, even when I moved to North Huron 12 or 13 years ago, that was a question that was asked when I went to North Huron: where do you live and where are you from? And there is sometimes that question or that ask. The question that I have is that when you talk about providing legal government issued identification cards, so I guess the argument is that if you don't have a license, or does it have to be? So for example, I'm going to be the devil's advocate. I'm two people in a vehicle. One lives in Morris Turnberry and one lives in North Huron, and I'm the driver, and you ask me for where the garbage is from. Again, there's every rule around that you can change. I guess I'm just questioning the fact that if you have to ask for a government issued thing, I think it's great that we're asking for residency, because we want to make sure the dump is only for North Huron residents. That's the intent. And actually it states that right on the board out. I believe that it's on the board outside the dump. So just a question about that, Jamie. How is that going to be, how is this going to be used by staff as it relates to the policy? I'm struggling with when somebody asks me for government issued, I'm going to say, yep, okay, here it is. But having a government issue doesn't tell me where the actual garbage came from. It just tells me who I am.
Through Reeve Bailey to Deputy Reeve Site, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure if we could, instead of asking for a government issued ID, it would be more like a property tax statement or something to that. We would have to, if you live in the township and you're grabbing garbage from, I don't know, your grandmother's house and you're bringing it to our landfill site, I guess you'd be able to deposit that garbage at our landfill site, because we are taking your word that you live within the municipality and you're bringing household waste from your home in North Huron to the landfill site. And then that's when you pay, over the scales and you go.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the person who's a resident bringing somebody else's garbage, because they're paying for it.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned about that at all. They're depositing it in their landfill. They're going to have to pay for it at some point. I think Reeves' comment was a little better in the sense that we want to make sure that's just not somebody else dropping off. And if government issued identification is what we think is going to be acceptable and helpful for the staff out at the landfill, then I'm in complete support of it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Not seeing any. I believe I have a mover and a seconder, so I'm going to hand it over to Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report from the Director of Public Works dated February 1st, 2021 regarding a draft solid waste management policy, and further that Council directs staff to incorporate Council's feedback, if any, into the draft policy and prepare a final version of the policy to be considered at the February 16th, 2020 regular Council meeting. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sype? And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Before we go on to, thank you, Carson. Just before we go on to 7.4.2, did you guys want a break, 5-minute break? Just nod your heads. Yeah, I think I could take one. So we're going to take a 5-minute break now. Do we have to have a motion for that, Carson?
Nope, I'll just capture in the minutes that we've recessed at 9:25 and we'll resume the meeting at 9:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
So Mandy, just don't pause that recording, just leave it going.
Trev, does it look like the school's going to get going back next week? No. Oh, no, not next week, week after.
The newsletter that I seen today was February 11th, potentially.
Oh, okay, thanks.
It can't come soon enough.
Oh, Trev, come on.
I have 4 weeks here. It's not been good.
Yeah, my kids got to go back and I love it.
I've heard a lot of parents say that they can't wait for their kids to go back.
Yeah, it's hard.
I think it's challenging too if you're trying to work from home.
Yeah.
I
can't do grade 4 math.
I told my in-laws that when it opens and when they can go back, feel free to have them for 4 weeks, and we'll talk after.
Is about got everybody back?
The only one missing still is Councillor Palmer. So once he's back, you're good to start.
What's he doing, the dishes or what?
You can start, Reeve Bailey, and then like you have quorum, so you can start, and then he can join as he gets
Okay,
back.
So everybody, when he gets back, we'll tell him we got it all passed. He missed it. Okay, let's rock and roll. We're going to go to 7.4.2, the Town Hall Accessibility Ramp Project, and I believe Jamie's going to speak to, or Vicky, you're going to speak to that, Jamie.
I will. It's okay, Vicky. So Carson and I will kind of be doing, we'll both be speaking to this report. It is a shared report there. So I'm going to be going over the options that were presented to council back on December 21st at that council meeting. They have been a little bit tweaked just so that there's more detail within this report for both those options. So option A, again, is a single ramp that would wrap around the building to the end of the employee parking lot around the north side. It would have one exterior door and one interior door would be upgraded to meet accessibility standards. We would be able to we would be able to paint new lines at the rear parking lot to provide accessibility parking as well back there. With option B, Carson, could you put the options up?
So Mandy, if you want to pull up the two concept designs from the agenda there and share your screen.
Sorry, I just thought that
pull
might
them up now.
So in the diagram below, you can see the red outline that's indicating the accessibility ramp there on the north side of the town hall building. So as you approach the landing there, we would be able to change around that exterior door to a new accessible door, and then also upgrade the interior door there with an accessibility door. Now the drawback to this is that the individual would have to go in and out of the same area. So if somebody else was coming up, they would need to wait. If you could pull up option B, Mandy. So with option B is a dual ramp with access from Josephine Street. There would be a split to both doors, allowing an entrance and an exit into the building. The accessible parking would be at the front and potentially on the north side of the building, which would better suit the requirements that are currently in place for COVID restrictions. So as you can see, the ramp comes off of the sidewalk off of Josephine, and you could enter in the main entrance. We would change that both of those exterior doors and the interior door come in like people currently are able to, and then also exit out of the exit door and move down and out back to the sidewalk. And in the future, we could put in a accessible parking spot close to where it says option B, and there would be one also placed out front on Josephine Street there on the road. So Carson, would you like to speak to the accessibility report provided by the committee?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. So Mandy, you can pull off those concept designs now. So I guess for just some context, just so council's aware of where this project stemmed from. It's a shame I wasn't at the December 21st meeting. I might have been able to clarify some of the questions. So when we submitted the grant application, we did so based on the feedback from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, stemming from the report that they had previously prepared for Town Hall when they did their walkthrough. So that was the evidence that we used when we submitted this grant. And the concept design that myself and the former Director of Public Works went off of, it was intended to build off of the COVID-19 and accessibility renovations that we did in July. So as you likely recall at the time, Sean had mentioned to council that basically this first project, being the accessible public service kiosk, would be phase one of potentially 2 or more phases. So that was where the grant submission stemmed from. And as council's aware, we entered into an agreement for the construction of a mobility ramp and 3 sets of accessible doors. And those accessible doors are 2 external doors. That being was intended to be the northernmost external door facing Josephine Street, and the middle external door facing Josephine Street, as well as the middle interior staff door that gets you into the staff areas and the council chambers area. So Jamie's provided the options there, and myself and Jamie, we met with the Huron County Accessibility Advisory Committee on 2 occasions. We talked through kind of the intentions of this reconstruction, and we provided them drawings of the 2 concept designs themselves. And so after some good meetings with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, they had written a report with their feedback, which was attached to the joint staff report that was included in your council agenda package. And I guess to make a long story short, their recommendation is option B. We pulled a direct quote from that report saying, where they say the additional ramps and accessible door openers will take away the barriers of stairs and heavy doors. Of the 2 options that are being reviewed, option B is the preferred option. So as you will have saw in the staff report, we pulled a couple of the reasons for why they recommended option B, and then we tried to provide some context of where that was coming from. So the one direct quote is: the layout of option B provides universal access to staff and members and the public directly from the front of the building and is clearly visible from the street. The public, if they are arriving by foot or car, will be able to see how to enter the municipal office and that it's an accessible entrance. So basically with this one, there was concern expressed with option A. Someone who, whether they're using a wheelchair coming down the street or they have mobility issues, they would have to go to the back of the building just to get to the front of the building. And they mentioned that that's not a good look. And the point of accessibility renovations is supposed to be to make it easier for persons with accessibility, mobility issues, as opposed to making it more difficult. The other piece, they mentioned that by putting this accessibility ramp right out, kind of smack out front of the building with your accessible parking spots, as Jamie mentioned, in those two locations out front of the building, it'd be setting a good example for the rest of the community. And that's where they mentioned to clearly show that this is an accessible entrance and show you how to enter and exit the building. Concern was certainly expressed in the past with the parking spot of our current accessible parking space. The report that was previously submitted during their walkthrough, they mentioned that it's hard to find, right? You have to almost circle the building to find where that accessible parking space is. And that leads into the second direct quote there is everyone will be able to enter and exit the municipal office together and go through the doors in a dignified manner. So one thing the accessibility committee raised is, for lack of a better word, they're tired of having to go through back doors to locations, and option B would certainly provide a good example of we can be treated just like everyone else. So with option A, as Jamie noted, the concern is that basically you have those requiring the mobility ramp, because it only connects to one door. Those wanting to exit out of the building would also have to go through the entrance door, right? So they'd be going backwards against traffic, which raised concern for them. And the reason for that is, as noted in the report, stemming from previous council direction, we tried to develop a project that built on the COVID-19 renovations in the long term, right? So basically, both at the time, council and certainly staff are kind of desirous of the approach for in the one door, out the other in the long term. Even post-pandemic, we find it works well. And again, you never know when you could be in a situation like this again. So building our infrastructure in the long term with that approach is certainly the recommendation of staff. And I guess the other point to note, in the preparation of this report, I did reach out to Employment and Social Development Canada, who is the entity who provided us the $100,000 grant application, or the grant for this project. And the one thing I inquired in was, so if we were to go with option A, would we be required to forfeit a portion of the grant should we decide to divert from the original submission? So as noted in the report, option A was developed after the submission, and we had just developed the submission to kind of get it in on time based on the previous Huron County accessibility report. And the direction we got from ESDC was that if council was wishing to deviate, a new funding application and an approvals process is likely to be required. However, they weren't able to speak to the likelihood of success due to what they've implemented is a flat rate. So everything was the grant was calculated on a flat rate where you're doing this accessible ramp, you're doing 3 sets of accessible doors, here's your flat rate for the grant. And so they wouldn't be able to determine the likelihood of success. So basically that's the direction we were provided. I guess the final point to note is the financial impact, right? So as Donna alluded to in her budget presentation, there's $160,000 incorporated in the adopted budget. So that's $100,000 of the grant, $60,000 additional, which is in line what we've previously put in the budget for accessibility renovations. And regardless of the option, those costs can be determined. They would be determined through the tendering process, right? So we have some initial estimates that were provided by the engineers of what option A and B might come out to. But again, it would be the results of the tendering process and how competitive those bids are. But ultimately, awarding the project and the overall cost would come back to council. But as we've noted in the report, so to reduce the impact on taxation, should additional funds be required in addition to those $160,000, we would be recommending that we pull that from the modernization reserve funds, which were originally provided by the province, and I believe there's 200 and some $1,000 remaining in there. So it would certainly be just a small chunk of those funds and not impact taxation. So I guess at this time, if there's any questions for myself or Jamie, we would certainly be open to those.
Okay, let's throw it open, guys. Who'd like to? Anybody have any questions, concerns, comments? I'm not seeing any. Paul, did you?
Councillor Heffer has a comment.
Paul, you're muted. Paul, you're muted.
Yes, through you, Reeve. Did I understand you right? This to Carson, that we aren't, that $1,000 doesn't cover A.
So through you, Your Worship, to answer Councillor Heffer's question. So the application we originally submitted was designed so that we would be doing 2 external doors and an internal set. With option A, we would only be doing 1 internal and 1 external. And because of that, we would be deviating from the original project scope that was entered into with Employment and Social Development Canada. And as a result, there's potential we would have to give back a portion of that $100,000 and potentially go through another approvals process to deviate from that project. However, because of the flat rate program they've implemented, she couldn't give me a definitive answer on what that would look like at this time.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Also, you said at one time there a universal one staff and foot, like for people coming in, they mentioned to you, like if a staff person needed a wheelchair, which I sure hope does not happen, we have that back door that always has been used there too, right? But I feel ramp A is, it's AODA meets the requirements, and I feel that if we don't have to spend 160 grand on a ramp and this other one meets the needs, I just see the one out front there, Jamie's going to have a person there cleaning. Like we've had a foot of snow there that one day. Well, you're going to have Mr. Mathers, whoever does that, he's going to have to be around all the time to keep that clean. Like there's some other, and another thing I noticed too, they want to park on the main street. Well, I'm sorry, I think that's putting the person in a wheelchair at risk. I'd prefer to go by the ramp at the west side and be able to go from there up the ramp. Just safety alone, that was overlooked there. And I just feel I'm here to make a decision for the taxpayers, and I know A will meet the needs, and I just feel that meeting the people when you come in the door in the north side, you can back in there. There's by the window there's lots of room. If a person was coming out at the same time, I don't think there's an issue there at all with it. Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Paul. Just for clarification before we go any further, Carson, forget the grant, forget the costing. The cost to the taxpayers of North Huron is how much, don't use the grant. It's just the cost to the taxpayers of North Huron for A and B. So I know it's 160,000, but it's only 60,000 for B. So explain that, please.
Right. So that would be contingent on a number of factors. When Jamie and I were doing some additional research, so we have the numbers in there about 120,000 and 185,000. But again, those were just initial rough estimates, and you could see either option go over $160,000, right? It's not necessarily that one will be under, and that's why the tendering process will be so important in revealing that data. So we don't have definitive costs until we would put it out to tender. With option A, there's potential that you have to forfeit a portion of the grant with option B, you don't have to forfeit a portion of the grant. And so the impact to taxpayers, so there's the $60,000 that came from taxation this year that was adopted in the budget. And last year, I believe we had 50,000 in for accessibility renovations. And this year, 60. So, but other than that, any further impact, if the project, regardless of the option, was to go over the $160,000 that we have accounted for, we would be recommending that we pull from the modernization funds, and there would be no impact to taxation for that use of funds, because that was the funds provided in March of 2019 from the provincial government.
Has joined the meeting.
That was provided from the provincial government to modernize your operations.
But it was 100 and some thousand for one door, right? Roughly. We don't have numbers. I understand what you're saying. It was 100,000 for one door, and we're going to pay 50 of it. If you do the two doors, it's 160, but we still pay 50. That's my understanding, because you're getting so much more from the Ontario government.
I certainly can speak to the amount we potentially would have to give back if we proceeded with option A. So I couldn't do those calculations, unfortunately, to give you accurate data. But I don't know if Jamie is certainly more involved in capital projects than I would be. So I don't know if she has a better understanding of the overall costs of either project or either option.
So,
go ahead, Jamie. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wasn't sure because I saw Kevin's hand
Oh,
up.
sorry, Kevin.
Okay, through Reeve Bailey. Yes, depending on the type of material, the overall scope of the project, depending on what we wanted it to look like at the end, that's what would fluctuate the price as well for the project. So if we decided to move towards like any type of brick work or whatnot to make it look a little bit more like what we have architectural wise at the town hall, that could change the price. And also because we don't know what the impacts of the labor market or whatnot are due to COVID for the new construction year, that might change things as well. When I was speaking with the engineer who priced out both of the options provided to you, he did mention that based on his past experience and tendering processes, as well as who he spoke with, who has done similar work, option A was roughly around the $110,000 mark, maybe a little bit more, depending on the doors that we wanted to install as well, if we wanted to make them look similar to what we have now, or the 185 if we went with the dual ramp based off of his estimates. So I know that's not a clear answer for you, but it was a more detailed investigation when the report came to you on December the 21st, based on engineers' estimates.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Kevin first because Kevin had his hand up, and then I'm going to go over to Deputy Reeve Sites.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, just on the, I personally like the option B one there with the two ramps look much more suitable for letting everyone use it. The safety factor on it there, if you're gonna have maintenance for shoveling one ramp, you're gonna have maintenance to shovel two. And as far as the safety for out if parking streets or parking spots out in the street, last time the code for running over a 2-year-old is the same as running over somebody with a wheelchair. So it shouldn't make any difference of where you're getting out as far as the Highway Traffic Act goes and safety for people getting in and out. They're both as vulnerable as any one of us are. But yeah, the me, looking at the both options, option B looks good to me.
Thank you. Deputy Reese-Sipe?
From what I recall, when we came back, the real reason for this discussion was we wanted to know whether the Huron County Accessibility Committee had made a recommendation, had made some thoughts, had made a determination. You know, they're not, and I understand, you know, Councillor Hepper's concern about price and cost of effectiveness and all that stuff, but when they look into those particular cases, they're not looking at cost. They're looking at the functionality of accessibility to people that are going to need it. And, you know, I'm going to say, I have not been generous to my body in life, so I'm going to love that ramp when I'm of an older, of a more senior nature. So, you know, if the Huron County Accessibility Committee is determined that in all honesty, that is the best option for ensuring that people are treated the same, no matter whether they have a disability or whatever the case may be. If we are treating residents of North Huron and visitors alike in the same degree of patience and comfort and that to get into town hall for whatever reason, then we should be using the recommendation as it relates to Huron County. At the end of the day, accessibility is for everyone, not just the people who may need it, because you never know when you might need it. So I think ultimately, if Huron County Accessibility Committee thinks it's a great idea, I think it's a great idea in the sense that it's going to be for everyone, not necessarily the disabled at this point. It could be 5 years, 10 years, I could be using it. Who knows? Nobody knows. And I think at the end of the day, I think it's a great thing to be doing for our town hall.
Thank you, Deputy Reese-Sipe. Anyone else? Councillor Palmer?
Yeah, run the risk of getting hated. I was in favor of option A because it was adequate. AOTA said it was okay, judging by our first report. And, you know, whether there's congestion at the door, well, if you look at Plan B, there's congestion on the down ramp if two people happen to be passing. So there's congestion no matter what happens. So that can't be a reason. But what you were saying, Carson, about the chance of losing some of the grant, like I didn't realize that. So that kind of takes some of the wind out of all of our sails. But, you know, the skateboarders are going to love it. You know, we better be ready for that. Hey, we don't need a skateboard park anymore. We got one. Because it's going to happen. I was a kid once. And anyways, yeah, there's nothing more I can say about it. What our county committee or group, you know, we sent it back to them for their opinion. That's what it was, an opinion. And I relish opinions like anyone else does. But, you know, if we still felt solid about, well, A is okay, you know, so be it. But anyways, I just want to remind people, like, they give us an opinion, and that's good. That's good. They did what we asked of them.
Thank you very much, Chris. Anyone else? Well, I honestly think we're. I think we may as well call for a mover and a seconder and see where things land here. Do I have a mover for the bylaw that's on the book in front of you? I have Deputy Reese-Sipe's moving. Do I have a seconder for B? This is for B. I have Kevin Faulkner seconding. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the joint report of the Clerk and the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated February 1st, 2021 regarding the Town Hall Accessibility Ramp Project update for information purposes. And further, that Council authorizes the construction of Option B, 3 barrier-free doors, 2 external and 1 internal, and a dual ramp at the Town Hall building to meet AODA as supported by the Huron County Accessibility Advisory Committee. And further, that staff be directed to commission finalized drawings for option B and proceed with tendering the project with the results of the tender to be presented to council. And further, that council consents to and approves the proposed alterations to the heritage designation for the subject property as is required under Section 33 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So this will be a recorded vote. So Deputy Reeve-Sype. Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
No.
Councillor Van Hittersum? Councillor Palmer?
No.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 5-2, with the noes being Councillor Heffer and Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Carson. Okay, fire department, we have no report. Building department, no report. Child care department, no report. Now we're gonna go to the CEO and we have 7.8.1.
So Reeve Bailey, if I could just jump in here for a second. Can I get a motion that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby approves the February 1st, 2021 council meeting to proceed past 10 o'clock?
No, we're all going home.
I'll move.
Trevor Sight moves. Anita second.
Anita, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a recorded vote. So Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve-Sype?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
That carries 7-0, so you're good to keep going.
Okay, CAO 7.8.1. It's a Wingham Trailer Park surplus. We're gonna have Dwayne speak to it first, then I'll ask for movers.
Thanks, your worship. So as council's aware, we're dealing with a housing shortage, and equally we're also dealing with a shortage of shovel-ready residential land in North Huron. Council has been moving forward with preparing the Wingham Trailer Park property for development, and staff have been receiving inquiries about when the trailer park property will be available for purchase. And as council is aware, the property is currently or has not been declared surplus. So the purpose of the report is to inform council in terms of where we're at in the preparing the land for development. And the recommendation is for council to clear the property surplus, which will then enable staff to move forward to have discussions with potential interested parties or developers, and further in terms of to receive or solicit offers and to bring those to council. So just in terms of where we're at in the process, and just a quick review, as council is aware, the property is currently vacant. A phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 environmental assessment has been completed. We have commissioned an archaeological assessment study and natural environment study. And we were also working with an Ontario land surveyor in terms of looking at our boundary of the property, and we also have to get some topographic surveying done. In addition to that, there's some engineering reports that are underway, and there's other reports, and they're highlighted in the report there. So for example, working with our Public Works Department, reviewing our road and our servicing connections, for example. So there's some other reports as well. The key thing I think it's important to know is that most of the studies or the reports that are required to move this project forward have been completed or they're underway. And it's expected that the studies and reports will be completed by the end of May. That's what we're currently on track for. So once those studies and everything is completed, it's basically positioning, preparing the property for development. One of the key things though that we still have to do or will need to do is an official plan and a zoning bylaw amendment. The property is currently designated open space and parks, and through an official plan amendment we need to change that to residential. And similarly, it's currently zoned open space, special provision 3. And that special provision basically recognizes in terms of it being an open space, but allows for the former campground that existed there. And what we need to do is change the zoning on that property to residential. In terms of the residential zone change, the message certainly council has expressed or communicated is looking for what we refer to as high density residential development. So in terms of looking at, townhouses, stacked homes, clustered homes, apartment buildings, multi-attached buildings. Essentially, council's interest is not to develop it for single family homes. So in terms of when you look at the zoning bylaw, there's R2 and R3 zone. R3 basically allows for, all the ones I've mentioned, does not allow for single detached. If council was interested in proposals for single detached, then you would zone it to an R2 zone, which would lower your density of development on those lands. In addition to that, other considerations are we do have the Wingham Trail that goes through this property. So that is certainly something that we will have to have surveyed and basically sever. We would want to maintain ownership of that. We'd also want the ownership structure such that that trail would have access onto Victoria Street. There's also a Union Gas building tucked in that area that we would need to ensure that there's access to that building or that property, and access. We'd also need to ensure that we have access to an easement that exists between the Wingham property and the Wingham Legion. There's an easement through there, and we want to ensure that we have access to that easement for maintenance purposes. So just in terms of moving forward, as I've said, we got those studies and reports that are underway. Next step is to move forward with the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. And in doing so, if council is desirous, we would move those applications forward. And the recommendation here would be that we would appoint BM Ross and Associates as our agent for the purpose of submitting those applications. And the reason for that is that it establishes some separation between the municipality and the process, and it enables independent conversations to take place around that planning process. BM Ross is also familiar with the property and has knowledge of what we desire in terms of the high density. BM Ross also has qualified individuals on staff who can provide land use planning expertise in the event that there were appeals. And a land use hearing was required. We're certainly hoping that's not the case, but best to plan for the worst case scenario and not have it. But if we do, we do. In addition to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, it's also recommended that council proceed to make the lands available for purchase. This would be a signal to developers of municipalities' intentions. And it also encourages developers to start developing their ideas and their concepts for the property. As you will recall, there were 4 concept plans that were prepared and presented for council's consideration by Denise Van Amersfoort, the senior planner at the county. Those are certainly 4 concepts worthy of further discussion and conversation, but developers themselves may also have their own ideas and concepts that they would like to bring forward. And by declaring the property surplus, it enables staff to engage in some meaningful conversations or discussions with those developers. But in terms of those offers coming forward, there are some conditions that we would recommend that are outlined in the report. If council was to decide to declare a surplus and was to decide to accept an offer, terms such as that the purchaser would agree to a 1-year buyback clause, that the purchaser would agree to reimburse the township for all study and application costs incurred prior to or at the time of acquisition, and that the purchaser would agree to provide unhindered access to the easement located between the Legion and the property line for ongoing repairs and maintenance, which we already talked about. So back in 2020, council passed a new sales and disposition land use policy land policy, sorry. And that policy is outlined in your report on page 5 in terms of the sections. In accordance with the township's policy and procedures for the sale and disposition of land, first requirement is that the lands to be considered be circulated to all the department heads for comment. That has been completed, and there's no interest on the part of the departments with respect to the land. And the recommendation is that the lands be declared surplus. Again, there is developer interest in the lands. So it's recommended that the retained Wingham Trailer Park lands, so those would be the lands that would be excluding the Wingham Trail, as well as any sort of other areas that we would need, that those lands would be declared surplus municipalities' needs, and that staff would be authorized to proceed with direct advertising method to dispose of the property. So direct advertising method is outlined in your report. Essentially is that we would advertise one or more times in the newspaper. We would list the surplus lands on the council agenda and or the township's website, and we post a sign on the property indicating of the township's intention to sell. And then those offers would be, staff would work with the development community, negotiate terms and conditions regarding sale, and present all of those offers to council in closed session for consideration. And the reason in terms of with the closed session is that we have undertaken, as required by our sale land disposition policy, we have obtained an appraisal on that property, and that information is would need to be considered when council is reviewing and considering offers on those lands. The timeline again would be that all the studies and that would be completed by the end of May, that we would have the official plan and zoning bylaw either done or wrapping up around that same time period. The council would be in a position to accept offers June, July, that time frame, with the idea then by the end of the summer, the land will have changed ownership. And at that point, the next step for the developer would then be to move forward with a plan of subdivision or plan of condominium application. And I should also mention in terms of when the offers come forward for council, and I forgot to mention in the report, but I forgot to mention that in addition to an offer, the council also receive expressions of interest in terms of the type of residential development and the concept that they're envisioning for the property. So, and again, if council zones it to a high density residential and the developer wants to lower that density to something, that would allow for single family homes, for example, that would have to come back to council for approval at that time. But certainly if it's council's intentions, which is the staff recommendation, to do high density residential, then it'd be appropriate to move forward, for example, with an R3 zoning on those lands. So I don't know if there's any questions. I think you're on mute, Burn.
You're muted, Reeve Bailey.
It's getting late. Go ahead, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, I was just, thank you, Reeve, through you. I was a little concerned as I was reading this, saying the high residential density, high density. That was putting me off. And then reading a little bit more, like personally, I like the fourplexes, like what's happening in Blythe there at Rutledge. That would suit in there very nicely. I find that R3, it encompasses quite a range of densities, of density buildings, and we definitely need a discussion. Definitely, what would be our preference, going forward?
Thank you very much, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Faulkner.
Thank you, through you, Reeve, to Dwayne. The project going on at the school in Blythe here has both fourplexes and 2 individual lots. Are those lots designated a different designation than the than the parcels that are the fourplexes?
No, I through you, your worship, going from memory, and I can check, I believe that property would be zoned R2.
So then the fourplexes would be considered R2 rather than having to go R3 to get anything
Yeah,
bigger.
through your worship, you can do 4 units in the R2, and you can do the 4 units in the R3. The primary difference between the R2 and the R3 is that the R2 allows for singles, the R3 does not.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Not seeing any. I call, would somebody like to move this? Deputy Reeve Sipes put his hand up, and Anita put her hand up second, and I'm going to hand it over to Carson from here.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll read this long motion here. So that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receives the report prepared by the CAO dated February 1st, 2021 regarding the Wingham Trailer Park for information purposes, and further that staff be directed to sever and retain the northwest portion of the Wingham Trailer Park property that is designated floodplain and contains the Wingham Community Trail and provides access to the Union Gas Building. And further that the severed lands include connecting the Wingham Community Trail to Victoria Street. And further that council appoints BM Ross and Associates as their agent for the purposes of submitting planning applications and authorizes the same to proceed with the submission of an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the Wingham Trailer Park property as outlined in the CAO report 2021-02. And further that the Council of the Township of North Huron declares the retained Wingham Trailer Park lands as surplus to the municipality's needs. And further that council authorizes staff to proceed with the disposal of the retained Wingham Trailer Park lands in accordance with the township's sale and disposition procedures using the direct advertising method. And further that council requests potential buyers to submit an expression of interest detailing the type of housing that would be constructed on the site. And further that council authorizes staff to negotiate terms and conditions of potential offers for the retained Wingham Trailer Park lands. And further that council directs staff to prepare a report for a future meeting detailing all offers and expressions of interest received for council's consideration. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sipe?
Giddy up.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Okay, correspondence 8.1 Huron County Plowmen's Association request for support for 2021 Huron County plowing match. Would anybody like to speak to that, or go ahead, Deputy Reeve Sipe?
I just want to make comment. I'm more than happy to support the request for the county plowing match. However, I would raise a significant pressure on the fact that if Huron County is still planning on having a plowing match in the middle of summer here, we need to coordinate, or something has to be done. We've got families that still can't send kids back to school, and the pandemic that is going to be still ravaging without a vaccine for the foreseeable future into October. I don't know. I don't know what Huron County's plans are. I know this group is an outside on its own group, but I don't know that we should be inviting a significant amount of people into the county at this point, or any point, until we've got a large distribution plan of vaccine in place. But again, from a discussion or request for support, I'm more than happy to support them with the recommendation. I just wanted to voice that opinion of potentially a significant risk to Huron County.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I have.
So what was that motion for? Just to clarify.
So my motion is to accept their request for support. I'm supporting the request. I'm just commenting on the potential for a plowing match in Huron County in the middle of summer in a pandemic.
Yeah, okay, so the draft motion would be that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby supports the request from the Huron County Plowmen's Association. So Deputy Reeve Sype was the mover of that. So I'll hand it over to you, Reeve Bailey, for a seconder.
I believe Paul Heffer seconded it, and I'm going to hand it right back to you.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry, Christopher. Mr.
Yeah,
Palmer
yeah.
would like to speak to this.
Thank you, Reeve. It's just, as a group, they're trying to plan ahead, and I'm sure they have things in motion or at measure for a change. You know, if the COVID thing is going rampant still, then of course they'll cancel it. But just like any other group out there, they got a plan, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. So I think that's what they're doing here.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Anyone else? Not seeing anybody. Now you can have a Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this will be a recorded vote. So Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sype,
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. 8.2 Statistics Canada, Government of Canada request for support to increase awareness of the 2021 census. That the Council Township of North Huron hereby support the 2021 census and encourage all residents to complete their census for questionnaire online. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin Faulkner and I have Chris Palmer seconding. Questions, comments, concerns? Not seeing any. I hand it over to you again, Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sype, Deputy Reeve Sype, sorry, it cut out there.
Yes.
Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. 8.3, again, we have COVID-19 giving us some frustration. North Huron Community Food Share requests the financial assistance with operating costs. Could we have a conversation, please? I, for one, think we should support them. I'll start it. I, for one, think we should support them. The society is judged on how it treats its most vulnerable. COVID-19 isn't going away. These people have done a great job. They're asking for a little support. So I, for one, would be in favor of supporting them. Could I please have some conversation from the rest of my council? Christopher?
Idea, Reeve. You know, we have a little bit of that money left from the provincial grant if it can be used for this. You know, with 17,000 from Columbus, and then what, 1,400 for the United Church. Well, whatever's left, because we had what, 22 left, so there is a couple thousand left.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say that we could possibly use it?
I would be good for that. Can we just see if other councillors would follow Mrs. Van Henderson? You have your speaker on. Do you want to speak to that?
No, I certainly support this, but I would like to know how much money we are looking for. Is it just in the air, or because they're approaching all the municipalities that they are helping people?
I believe it's just in the air, Anita. I think it's just they're just reaching out. They're realizing things are getting a little rough on them. Again, they do so much, so I think it's just whatever we can do.
Yeah.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Go ahead, Rick.
You, Reeve Bailey, I would support this.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we're all in agreement. I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement. So going back to, I think it was Chris said about we're going to use some of the money for Vicky, for helping with nights out in the United Church. Yes, please. Yeah, Vicky, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Your Worship. I would check with Donna as to whether or not it can be used for that purpose. It was for the municipality's expenses and the municipality's loss of revenue. So I'm not sure that it can be used to give money to other organizations.
Is Donna still on the line?
Yes, I'm still here. I'd have to check the criteria in order to confirm that. But if council wanted to determine a dollar amount, I don't know whether you're thinking 1,000 or 2,500, such like that. I wanted to say that in the transfers to reserve that we discussed last meeting, we hadn't given out our community partnership funds from last year. So we transferred $4,000 to reserves. Plus, we increased that $4,000 in the 2021 budget up to $5,000. So depending on what amount the council was considering, certainly, you know, if you were considering something like $2,500, you would have had it available. We could make it available out of the 2020 Community Partnership Fund.
Deputy Reeve Sight?
I will make that motion to come $2,500 to come out of the Community Partnership Fund.
Do I have a seconder? I have Paul Heffer, Councillor Heffer. Every hand went up there, by the way. Okay. Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby supports the request from the North Huron Community Food Share in the amount of $2,500 to be paid for through the 2020 Community Partnership Fund. So Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight? Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Henderson?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey. So that motion carries 7-0.
Okay, I lost everybody there for a second, but you're all back now. So we're good to move on, Carson. I lost everybody for a split second.
Yep, that was just your unit feed there. So the motion carried 7-0. So you are good to proceed to agenda item 9.1, which is the Reeves activity report.
That was a bad time to go down. Well, listen, it's been a very, very long meeting, and I don't know how to tell you guys this because usually I babble on a lot. I have nothing. Nothing. 9.2, council members reports, verbal or written updates from members who sit on boards or committees. Would anybody like to speak? Go ahead, Trevor.
I just wanted to give council an update as it relates to, there has been some discussions as it relates to the Huron OPP detachment and the place or an office space for them at the in the municipality. The police services board was involved a little bit, but Doug Kyvenhoven had offered some space at behind the old Petropolis place. I was talking to Doug last week. Apparently, the OPP from Aurelia had come up to do some investigation on that particular building, and now it has gone nowhere. So there has been no discussion as it relates to Doug as to what the issues are, but there has been no movement going forward as it relates to that particular office space that the Huron OPP detachment we're looking to use as a support. So that will probably be coming to our next police services board meeting. I guarantee it, because I know two of the police services board members were very adamant on the sense of we should having one of them in there, having that space available or a space available for the detachment in the municipality if they need be. So I just wanted to give an update to council just because of the discussion that I had with Mr. Kuyvenhoven last week as it relates to the movement or lack thereof of that particular instance. Okay.
That is so unfortunate. Okay, anybody else? Oh, Kevin had his hand up, and then Rick.
Thank you. Just to let the council know and the some good news that, and the rest of the people listening there, that at the last Blythe BIA meeting, the chairman announced that that all retail spaces that were available on Main Street in Blythe are now all occupied. And I also like to go on, I just noticed when I went through Auburn yesterday that the gas pumps are going in the gas station that we plan that we approved there last year. So nice to see things are moving along, and good news from Blythe downtown.
Thank you very kindly. Rick?
Through you, Reeve Bailey, in regards to our CHIP meetings, our action 2.0, we have no updates at this time on that, but safe driving for seniors due to COVID, this event is probably going to be going virtual. On a tentative plan, like a draft plan for 2021, and the goals being traffic calming, advancing safe systems work, and launching virtual education outreach to road users. Anyway, that's an update in regards to CHIP.
Thank you very kindly. Did anybody else want? Paul, go ahead, Mr. Heffer. You're muted, Paul, you're muted.
Yes, we had a town hall theater meeting, and there's a company that would like to make a deal with us that they can bring in their music, their concerts and whatnot. So we're just looking at that, and it's going to give some good discussion, and the thing will be coming to you sometime.
Well, that's great. That is great. It's a good thing I didn't talk too long in my time. You guys have a chance to talk then. Is there anyone else? Not seeing any. Anita, I can't see you. Do you have anything? I'm going to think no because your picture went out, but you're okay. Let's move on. Comments by members. Paul, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Reeve. Yesterday, wife and I were walking, and a lady stopped us, and on the main street, she walks about 4 kilometers a day, she and another lady, and she just wanted, this is for Jamie, I guess, comment how wonderful the streets are. And she's got a brother that's probably in the 80 range in Blythe, and they said they've never had the streets so good. So Jamie, it's to you. Kudos to you and your crew.
That's great. Thank you very much, Paul. Is there anyone else have anything? Not seeing anything, we'll move on. There's no notice of motion. Bylaws. I'm going to let Carson shoot through the bylaws. Bylaw number 06-2021.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that bylaw 6/2021 being a bylaw to repeal bylaw number 1748, 1983 of the town of Wingham and to de-designate 104 Patrick Street, East Wingham, be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have any? I have Paul moving. Do I have a seconder? I have Rick seconding. Thank you. Carson?
So Councillor McBurney? Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer? Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer? And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Okay. And that was 11.2, wasn't it, Carson?
Yep, that was bylaw 6/2020. Now you're on 7.
Okay, thank you. So bylaw number 07-2021, Carson, I'm going to let you take it away.
That bylaw 7/2021 being a bylaw to authorize the Reeve and Clerk to sign on behalf of council amendment number 3 to the transfer payment agreement for the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund between Her Majesty the Queen in Right of Ontario and the Corporation of the Township of North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and Clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have a mover? I have Paul moving it, Mr. Hepburn, and I have Mr. Falconer seconding it. Go ahead.
So, Councillor Falconer? Councillor Falconer, you were muted there.
Fingers. Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight? And Reeve Bailey.
Yes,
So that motion carries 7-0.
thank you. Then we have bylaw number 08/2021. Do you want to take it away again, Carson?
That bylaw number 8/2021 being a bylaw authorizing the borrowing of money to meet current expenditures of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and Clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have a mover? I have Rick moving, Chris seconding.
So Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum, Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight, Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Then we have bylaw number 09/2021. Carson, I'll give it to you.
That bylaw number 09/2021 being a bylaw to provide for interim tax levies be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and Clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have a mover? I have Councillor McBurney, seconder, Councillor Faulkner.
So Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight, Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Then we have bylaw number 10/2021. Carson?
So this bylaw was tabled by a motion during the consideration meeting. So when the next consideration meeting comes up where the engineer will present the updated engineer's report, we will bring this bylaw back. So we're going to move on to bylaw 11/2021.
Yep.
And so that bylaw number 11/2021 being a bylaw to adopt the 2021 municipal budget of the Council of the Corporation of the Township of North Huron be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and Clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have a mover? I have Kevin moving, Paul seconding. Quick on the draw tonight. Go ahead, Carson.
So Councillor Palmer,
Yes.
Councillor McBurney,
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight, Councillor Falconer,
Yes.
Councillor Heffer,
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum,
Yes.
and Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Okay, the final motion for the night is number 12/2021.
That bylaw number 12/2021 being a bylaw to authorize the Reeve and Clerk to sign on behalf of council a land use agreement between the Corporation of the Township of North Huron and the Blythe Center for the Arts for theatrical and musical performances and rehearsals for a term of 5 years commencing February 1st, 2021 and ending February 1st, 2026, be introduced, read a first, second, third, and final time, be signed by the Reeve and Clerk, and be engrossed in the bylaw book.
Do I have a mover? I have Mr. Faulkner. Do I have a seconder? I have Mr. McBurney.
I have a question. Rick.
Go ahead.
What about the chunk of ground behind the arena that they wish to use in the summertime for outdoor? Do we need to have it part of the agreement, or we just say go do it?
I'm going to hand that over to Dwayne. I think it's separate.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Palmer. Which chunk of?
I believe he's talking about the one where they're going to have the outdoor theater behind the arena.
Yeah, down on the hill.
Yeah.
Remember Gil came and made a presentation?
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, this is what that land use agreement is for. This is for the lands that are what we call the former soccer fields. It would enable the Blythe Festival to have a stage and musical performances and theater and rehearsals and that.
So that's this one then, Chris. Yep, I was thinking this one too. Okay, I have a mover and seconder, I do believe. Carson, it's your turn.
So Deputy Reeve Sight. Councillor Falconer.
Yes.
Councillor Heffer.
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson.
Yes.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
Councillor McBurney.
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Announcements. The next regular council meeting will be held on Tuesday, February 16th, 2021 at 6 p.m. through electronic participation unless notified otherwise. The next museum committee meeting will be held on Thursday, February 11th, 2021 at 2 p.m. through electronic participation. The next economic development and recovery committee meeting will be held on Thursday, February 18th at 2021 at 2 p.m. through electronic participation. The next Wingham BIA meeting will be held on Thursday, February 4th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. through electronic participation. The next Blythe BIA meeting will be held on Thursday, February 25th, 2021 at 8 a.m. through electronic participation. Other business. Notice of motion requested from Councillor Palmer that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby revoke the surplus property declaration for the East Wabanach Public Works property enacted by Resolution M374-18 as the property is no longer surplus to the municipality's needs.
Rachel King has left the meeting.
She waited a long time for that one. Court of Revision, Murray Scott Drain and Steam.
So Reeve Bailey, so do you have the motion from Councillor Palmer there? So it appeared on the last council agenda. So now Councillor Palmer would have the opportunity to speak to it if he feels the need to, and then council can act on that motion.
I apologize, Mr. Palmer. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Reeve. I said it before, and I don't want to be accused of saying things again, but I'm going to. The building condition assessment study determined that the sand shed and the main shed are in really good shape. So that's good, be reassured. And the location of the building, when they originally did it, it was just a perfect spot for efficient use of the graders and trucks. So it's good to go. Good to keep going.
Okay, let's get mover. I have Paul Heffer moving. I have Anita Van Hittersum seconding. All in favor? Oh, nope, that's Carson's job.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby revoke the surplus property declaration for the East Wabanach Public Works property enacted by Resolution M374-18 as the property is no longer surplus to the municipality's needs. So Councillor Falconer? Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hitterson?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney? Deputy Reeve Sight? And Reeve Bailey?
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Carson, just a clarification here, 13.2.1 and 13.2.2 will not be tonight because we sent it back.
That's correct, Your Worship. The quarter revision, appointment, instruction to tender, and setting the quarter revision date will be a process that we will go through at the next consideration meeting for the Scott drain.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to, we have no closed session tonight. Confirmation bylaw number 13-2021 being a bylaw of the Township of North Huron to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters published by council of the Township of North Huron. Do I have a mover? I have Mr. Faulkner moving. I have Mr. Heffer seconding. I'm going to hand it back over to Carson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Heffer?
Yes.
Councillor Van Hittersum?
Yes.
Councillor Palmer?
Yes.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yes.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Did everybody notice that I let Carson do all the work tonight right up till the very end? And I'm going to do this one, that the council of the Township of North Huron agreed that there being no further business before council. The meeting hereby adjourns at 10:45 p.m. Do I have a mover? What? No mover? I have Rick McBurney moving. I have Chris Palmer seconding. Carson, last call.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Councillor Van Hittersum? Oh, Councillor Van Hittersum, you're muted.
Yes, please.
Councillor Palmer?
I do think so.
Councillor McBurney?
Yes.
Deputy Reeve Sight?
Yep.
Councillor Falconer?
Yes.
Councillor Heffer?
No, yeah.
And Reeve Bailey.
Yes.
So that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. We'll talk again.
Yeah. Good night.
Bye.